know how to see a whack MC when he bustin', but I just back away real cool, no fussin'. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds. Open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do. So sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you. Despite the system trying to clamp down on the people will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far, but evil that lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin, but then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees. Listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us, homeboy, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Benny, brother, check the vision. Mentalities of different realities. Into the Star Trek room when you hear the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player. With the delayer, freaky lyrical sprayer. Extraterrestrial rhyme sayer. I be the poetical VIC slash master of the ceremony. Tenderoni, won't you come step with me? I'm on a historical journey. Kinda like Sigourney. Implore me to represent the attorney that represents my niggas, go figure. Here's the card, they call me Uncle Bigger. Niggas love you blunts, down your liquors. I be the parallel to the fiction. You fixated on this brother's nature. Relaxed behavior, I might save your change. Flip it, rearrange. The whole concept, yo, is good for all your brain. Insane, psychotic, neurotic, black onyx, and hooked on phonics. Yes, atomic, beats like a bonnet. Cut with the Asiatic, they all up on it. Rhyme static with the Bugatti type of skill. You wonder, is this nigga Vic really for real? It's still, but only necessary in the berry. I'm milk like dairy, they quite contrary. That's scary, but I'm a dog in the prairie. I scurry to grab my bones and just bury. Lyrical flurry, go get your secretary with impeccable dictions. My style might vary, so get a hold of your own shit real fast. Fucking with us, we take it right out your ass. Prairie dogs chill while the other dogs howl. Too many dogs get sent to the pound. Back on the hill, me and my peeps just lounge. Prairie dogs, we keep it on the down. Splatter, don't like gun splatter. We try to climb the ladder, wicked men get better. They make it like splatter, but it really don't matter. Cause you know we coming back to our sons and our daughters. Follow him, the one who protects ya. And the mother, she will never neglect ya. Through divine nature, the people respect ya. And in this way I deliver my lecture. They want war. Crime babies looking for food. Starvation, the recipe. People subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day in every clue. Don't let it go. It's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep, even 7 roads to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct, and I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and I feel we on the break. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die, you voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Like a lotus coming out of the mud with colors, I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers, cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather, I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double, but nature gets the shit in the way to settle. If you stop the machines for a minute you might hear, but they won't cause the TVs whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't fear, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't steer. And like an ad, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. The outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguise is religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war.
Alright, y'all. Yes, it is Saturday, September 3rd, and it's 23:46 Central European Time. That would make it what, 5:45 Eastern Standard Time USA, and that would make it also 1 p.m. Or 1:45. I'm sorry, Pacific Coast time. You know, and what's up, everybody? I hope you all had a good day, as good as it can be. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, my day went pretty good. You know, I had some just family time with the kids and everything, and you know, like this holiday, luckily this holiday, you know, has been a blessing just to be off a few days and to, you know, with the family, just everybody together. So I've been doing that over these, you know, I mean, because it is a holiday. You know, I have vacation right now, so I'm actually enjoying that time, being free with my kids the same days that they're free on, you know, the same days that the mom is free and everything, and then we get to hang out and kick it as a group. You know what I'm saying? Like, just together, family time, not have anything else to really consider. And Pizza Guy, oh yeah, this is, well, as far as what's going on with the world, yeah, it is messed up, period. It's definitely messed up. Messed up is an understatement. And you know, it's really a lot of irresponsible jackasses out there. And, you know, really at this point, all you have is a bunch of jackasses celebrating this, you know. And let me tell you, the world is a hot fucking mess. You know, politically, it's a hot fucking mess. And it's filled with people that are a fucking hot mess, especially with their politics, you know, their geopolitics, their national politics in the U.S. and their geopolitics is even, you know, one thing I do like about Trump is that he gives everybody an opportunity to examine their geopolitical knowledge, their geopolitical skills. You know, you get to test your theory today and see if it made any goddamn sense. I mean, all these theories about a lot of just geopolitical shit, people supporting people. I'm gonna tell you I'm always going to tell you how I feel about it. You might feel about it differently, but I always go on record about this because that is what grown folk do that are serious. You know what I mean? We go on record about the shit. We leave a trail, videos, writings. You see what I mean? Public statements, not hidden faces. No pun to people that don't put their face out there, because I understand a lot of people been through a whole lot of shit, but I'm just keeping it real. I'm saying, keeping a real record. Some shit you can't just later go back and say, nah, I never said that. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm doing. And that's what I'm talking about when I say serious people. And quite frankly, I've said this many a time. I have said that Putin is a phony ass motherfucker. Like, straight up. I've told people this, and people didn't get it because there's a lot of Putin dick riders out there in the world. Like, flat out. There are a lot of Putin dick riders. And poor knowledge of history, people sugarcoating Russia's history, footprint, global footprint, sugarcoating it, like, really, this is what you hear a lot when you're discussing with certain people about geopolitics. You get this pro-Russian stance. They freed Africa. Yeah. And, and really that's the story that you put out there. And, they're fighting the evil powers of the West. Me and myself, I don't frame things in stark terms that way, because I know what we're really talking about is time periods and behavior of people. These behaviors are not attributed to one group of people necessarily. They spread around. You see what I mean? And I've been saying for just a minute that fucking with Putin and Russia, what they do is arm people. But then, just like they armed Maduro, and they arm a lot of people, they armed the Palestinians. They armed, I'm not saying arming them was wrong. Now, I'm not saying arming them that's a different distinction to make, a totally different distinction, completely different. I'm not even talking about that, because you're talking about the rights of a people. I'm not Palestinian, so who am I to say what they should do, how they should go about their struggle, because they're facing that. You see what I mean? And they also are, people with basically no power themselves. So they're fighting against a bigger power, Israel, right? But in any case, I'm not talking about I'm not judging the people and the decisions people have to make when they're in war and all of this stuff. Not in that way. I don't do that. But because if you're not in the situation, you may not react the same. But that's what I mean. But this thing about who Russia arms and what happens, who Russia arms and what they kind of encourage people to do. It's always arming people that antagonize, U.S. interest, right? Isn't that really what it is? And I don't know if that's on purpose or if that's just due to the fact that the U.S. makes a lot of bumbles and misses opportunities with other countries. You could call it however you see it. But the thing is that it always seems to be another country that when it comes to defending them, they arm them. Russia arms them, but they never really defend. You know what I'm saying? And that's the crazy part about this relationship and this cycle. And yes, we do have Maduro down. He is there. There's a man down. There's a man down. And that is so tragic. But, people don't necessarily want to volunteer to change. You know what I'm saying? And, it's really, really sad. But if you don't understand what game is going on, you could very much well end up in the same situation as Maduro, like any country on earth right now, because this is what's going on. Good cop, bad cop, period. You decide who the good cop and the bad cop is. But when you got the Russia and the U.S., one hitting you with the left and the other hitting you with the right, it's basically a shakedown. So people should in my view, people should prepare for Russia, the United States, and China to shake people down. Agree to turn a blind eye, and that's what we're seeing here. I mean, Putin made public statements about Venezuela. He sold them, he got deals with them on the oil, all this shit. But when it came down to defending their ass against the U.S., they were nowhere to be found. And that's happened a few times. That's happened with Iran, right? They armed Iran, nowhere to be found in that one, right? They armed Hamas, armed Hezbollah, nowhere to be found in that one. But they do talk. Now, they do every once in a while make statements. But I've been saying this for a year consistently. Why don't people put pressure on Russia ever? Why don't people ever put pressure on them? And I myself, I don't really understand that. I'm talking about pressure to speak up, pressure to talk, say something. God damn it. Don't just open the window a little bit and say a couple words one day, shut the window and never come back for the entire engagement. Like Russia tends to do that. They did that with this Palestinian thing with Trump. They said one little thing, just like they did with this Venezuela thing, and then shut the window and you never heard from them again. After all that dancing around, meeting, acting like they're coming up with a peace deal. Listen, folks, to me, it looks like it's all orchestrated. It's not by accident. It's like a deal. They just made a deal. It's a damn, what can we call this? It's like a triad. You know what I'm saying? Like 3 different components. And also you could say it's trialectic materialism, 3 forces, 3 different forces, all homed in on one goal. You see what I mean? And splitting up the pie, making people dance. You see what I mean? Basically pulling out a gun. You can imagine like in a cowboy movie, they just shoot at the ground and make people dance. Pow, pow. Or really, they can make people dance because they have weapons, and I'm just really, I think it's really a pathetic situation. Not that things weren't bad before now. Not that things weren't bad before. I mean, I'd be the last person to judge that either, because whether something is good or bad, that's just up to the individual's, the individual perspective. That's not a collective. Anybody can feel good or bad. That's not necessarily, empirical data. You right. So on any topic, right. But I would just say that things weren't perfect before, and now they've only proved to be even worse. I mean, and I don't really think that people that have hard lines about geopolitics, they can see events go on and on and on. And let me tell you, they won't change their motherfucking mind. Some people just cannot change their motherfucking mind when they see patterns over and over. Just cannot change their mind to say, maybe you might want to rethink this to save your motherfucking life. Like, nah, that's not how it always works. But my thought would be, if I'm not a superpower right now, I would beware of, I wouldn't trust China, Russia, or the United States of America right now. Like, just flat out, everybody, all of you. That way the message could be very, very clear. Like, if I was a country, I would not be trusting any of them right now, like straight up. And, I just have to be honest about it myself. And I'm going to be honest with my listeners. You don't have to agree with me, but you will never come here and say that I wasn't honest to you about my goddamn opinion. That's what I'm here for. That's my job, to tell my opinion. Whether you agree with it or not, it's not part of my job. Bits, what's up? Hey guys, I'm driving. Okay, you driving? Yeah. Okay, no worries, because this is going to be a long one anyway. I mean, and we're going to take it slow. Yeah, pizza guy. Isn't this messed up? How can Trump kidnap another president? Yeah, well, I can tell you how, because international law doesn't apply. National law doesn't apply to the United States right now, and international law doesn't apply to China, Russia, or the United States right now. That's basically how it can happen. International law doesn't apply, and the United States' own law doesn't apply. And and the media is pretty much, I've even heard some media stories where I was like, God damn, this is the best y'all got. Sound like media is just going along with it. You know what I mean? But at this point, at least they can't say that it's not. Trump, I think Trump is really trying to dodge the idea that it's a war with Venezuela. It's regime change. It's a violation of sovereignty. You bombed some people. How many people died? You know, these are questions that I haven't heard answered in the media yet. Hold on 2 seconds. Right. These are questions I haven't seen answered in the media yet. You know what I mean? It's almost like how many people die right now is not really a big deal in the media. You know, they expect motherfuckers to die. You know what I'm saying? They expect other people to die. You know what I mean? At this point, it's not even, people dying is not even the important topic and shit anymore. You know what I mean? Like, that's not the first thing they go to in the media, how many people died. And let's be honest, the world is behaving like 80 people is not really nothing. Think about the war in Ukraine. Think about the situation in Palestine. I mean, once you hit levels like this, the only thing after that is basically worse engagements. World War III, when you want to talk about amount of deaths. You know, if you want to have these kind of deaths and this kind of killing just on the regular, like between Palestine, Ukraine, basically what you're kind of, if you ask me numbers wise, what you're saying is that you can tolerate that amount of death, so you could probably tolerate a little more. Why wouldn't you be able to tolerate more death? Right? I mean, that's kind of how I see it. And yeah, but in any case, I made some observations here. And so let's get straight to it. Listen, this show is called Catfight Over Who Will Be the Next President. Yes, because there's a catfight going on right now. There's the good cop, bad cop with Trump and Putin and Venezuela. I mean, and I got a lot to say about that too. I mean, just Venezuela, there's a whole lot that seems to be going on there. Because how do you get to walk in somebody's country and just take somebody in a day, in some hours? God damn, like something is very different going on there, right? But yeah, basically something's different going on there. And then also China obviously is very ready to go after Taiwan because of the same agreement, the same, theoretical agreement, hypothetical agreement. It's just a theory that they have an agreement, but it seems like they operate like they have an agreement. And that's what I would say. And I wouldn't be surprised if they do. And I believe they do. So in my theory, Taiwan is the next country to fall, basically, to be hit. And that will be by China. And the reason why is very simple. If you look at why Putin was able to invade Ukraine, the first thing he said is that it's not a war. That's the first thing he said. No, it's not war. He didn't even announce war. You see what I'm saying? No. 150 troops stormed in there, no announcement of war. So that's a technical thing. That's a legal thing, a way to be able to take action without having to explain it. You know what I mean? Without having to make a definitive announcement, right? A declaration that's definitive, right? That's legal, right? And that's how they avoid this thing, rules of war. If it's not a war, if you never declare war, then where are the rules, right? But in any case, you don't have to explain much to people when you don't declare war. And if you look at what Trump did in Venezuela, he didn't declare war either. He didn't declare war. He did not declare war. And China probably won't declare war against Taiwan. They will probably just invade, say it's something, make some excuse. Like, all they need is an excuse. For Putin's excuse, it was NATO keeps encroaching on my borders. Right. So that's basically akin to saying the company across the street is selling more hot dogs than me. I don't like that. And so now I'm going to have to wage war against them because they're better at selling hot dogs. I mean, that's basically what it is. You don't choose what someone else decides for themselves. But in Putin's eyes, he chooses what someone else decides for themselves because he's the boss over somebody else's life. Like, that's how he sees it. Like, you have your opinion, I have mine. Your opinion doesn't matter. You're 50 million, 20 million people, 30 million people. I'm one person. Fuck you. I'm going in. And that's what Putin basically did, right? So he decided himself. And Trump did the same thing with Venezuela. I mean, his issue was now the sovereignty is being hurt because of drugs, right? Okay, wow, that's a new one. Because of the drugs, right? And he's not even talking about the number one drug killer in the U.S., No, he's not talking about that. He's talking about something else. He's talking about the coca plant. He's talking about Venezuela, that really doesn't do anything with the number one killer of the U.S. So, I mean, China's position is going to be a technicality too, it looks like, which is the one China thing. They want to just get everybody involved. Is it one China? By the way, let me see something. Yeah, I don't want to get too deep into China, but let's see. I mean, I'm going to explain and talk about it a little bit, but let's see here. So we got Nicolas Maduro, who's captured, right? In this escalation somehow, right? The U.S. hit Caracas early in the morning on Saturday, right? The operation known as Operation Absolute Resolve. The mission was carried out by the U.S. Army Delta Forces and involved more than 150 aircraft. U.S. forces entered the Fortune Tiuna military installation around 2 a.m. local time, okay? They arrested Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores, right? And they were both taken into custody and flown out of the country. They landed at Stewart Airport, north of New York City, on Saturday afternoon. Okay, so that's only a couple of hours, right? That's the time it takes, though. Legal charges. They faced this. They face superseding indictment in the Southern District of New York for narco-terrorism, conspiracy, cocaine importation, and weapons charges. I'm curious about how you're going to prove that. Just what does it take? What does it take to prove that? And I want to look a little more into that. But and also the what court has it. They say it's the Southern District of New York, so that's a federal court, Southern District. So we'll see. I'm guessing Trump picked his favorite judge or something like that. I don't know, but I don't know a lot about how that's done, so I'm going to look a little more into that part. But that's right now in this live. And then let's see, the U.S.'s stance. President Trump announced that the U.S. would run the country. Now, Trump says they would run the country temporarily to stabilize it and plans to tap Venezuela's oil reserves to fix the nation's broken infrastructure. So Trump is basically giving license to China, Putin, Russia. Yeah. And by the way, every other colonizer that wants to colonize, essentially, yeah. If you agree with what Trump did, you basically agree with China doing it to anybody. Not that they haven't done it before, but doing it to anybody, anywhere. And if you agree with, and you agree with Russia doing it to anybody, anywhere. And you also agree with, obviously, if you agree with the U.S., you agree with China and Russia on that point, because you can't be on both sides of that fence. You either are pro doing things like that or you're against it. And that's why I said in the opener, people, if I was in any country that wasn't a superpower, and any country there was anyway, right? Any type of superpower, whether you're one nation or whether you're a conglomerate or, like the EU is, right? A conglomerate of nations. Listen, I would not trust China, the United States, or Russia right now, like flat out. People of Earth, I would not trust China, Russia, or the United States right now. Like their last concern is people on Earth and how they going to live. You see what I mean? They are ready to invade people and take their countries, like flat out. That's where they are right now. You don't get a better opportunity on Earth, but that point, without the world just functioning that way, it gets more complicated. Then you got the UN, right? Then you have to listen to everybody. You got to waste your time coming into meetings, making public speeches. You got to waste your time, considering how other people feel, what happens to other people, how many refugees will flee the area, how many poor people will it create, how much chaos will it result. This is much easier when you don't have to care what anybody else thinks. You see, when you don't have to care what the UN thinks, when you don't have to care what just the people that are affected think directly or indirectly, and so for China, Russia, and the United States, things have never been better. when you're talking about their military industrial complex, you see, the American people are not doing well on average. By the way, the majority of Americans, I want to tell the world this, I want to tell Venezuelans this, and others that are listening, right, that may find themselves in the sights of one of these countries or in the sights of the U.S. But they're all the same at this point. You know what I mean? In terms of this one thing, when these people, invade, when you look at their voting, the United States, for example, the majority of the people did not vote for Trump. So you have to take that into account officially and technically and empirically, right? The majority of Americans, only 1/3 of Americans voted for Trump. You have to understand that. But because of our electoral system, that works. But also because 1/3 of the population also did not vote. So Trump got 1/3 of the population. And that's hardly like a mandate. But the U.S. military is agreeing and going along with these types of schemes, invading and taking other people's countries. Right. So you got to understand that Russia doesn't really have elections. You see what I mean? Not free and fair elections. They've been known to not have them. So it's the same thing when Putin sends his military out. When the military acts in Russia's name, it's not necessarily what the Russian people want. And China, you have to ask yourself, like, how many people are voting for this in China? This is what we have to ask ourselves when we start talking about World War III, and we have to start talking about people's rights and what these militaries are up to. You see what I mean? Are they up to freedom? Are they up to human rights? Are they up to democracy? Or that means, do you have a voice in this, or do you not have a voice in this and you're forced to just go along? That's the two things. You either have a voice and you're living in a democracy and you have the right to not go along, or you voice it and voice the not going along, or you don't and you're forced to go along. So people of Venezuela understand only 1/3 of the American public voted for Trump's bitch ass, right? His criminal ass, his rapist ass. Only 1/3. Just to keep it real. Now, I'm not saying don't be pissed off at Americans, but understand it was 1/3 of what you call gringos. Only 1/3 of the gringos voted for this shit. Only 1/3 voted for this shit, just to be real about it. Okay. Like, I'm not saying don't do what you have to do, but only 1/3, only 1/3 voted for this bullshit. Okay. And 2/3 did not. 2/3 did not at all. Did not go at all, and they do not, whether they agree with that or not, I would have to assume no. I would have to assume no, because I know damn well the Democrats don't agree. The people that voted for the Dems definitely don't agree. And if you agree so much with Trump, then why wouldn't you vote for his ass? So I have to assume the other ones don't vote either. That would make 2/3 that don't agree with this shit of the American population. And that's worth knowing. Like, just keep in mind, we trying to get his ass out of there. We're trying to get him out of there. And we are aware of the foul things that he has done in the name of the United States. We are aware of it because we're also victims of his ass. You see what I mean? We're also victims, yeah, we're also victims of him. So, Thorne, what's up? We're also victims. So we just like you. Like, really, we didn't ask for this shit, and I'm just saying it is what it is. So, but let me see. There's also this dynamic with that we want to get into with the Epstein files, right? The department is still searching, is going through these millions of pages, right? There was the delay. Everybody knows about the delay. It's over 5.2 million pages that they just found again out of nowhere, right? So they've been hiding that since day one. And of course, they're going to blame that on Obama, right? So, or Kamala, right? Or Obama's kids, or Kamala's kids. I don't know. Her stepkids, her kids-in-laws, right? They're going to blame that on her great granddaddy. I don't know what the fuck. But this Justice Department, they just, they could all of a sudden discover a motherfucking anything. They could discover Elvis Presley's body one day in this Justice Department. I mean, they don't look for shit. They don't know what's in there. This Justice Department doesn't know if there's a nuclear bomb in that goddamn building. I mean, basically, they don't know nothing. It ain't their job. You know what I'm saying? They only go look when the public presses them on it day after day after day. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, they don't know. Shit, there could be some there could be a tub full of greens and shit. They don't, these motherfuckers. They don't know nothing, this Justice Department. So you have that one, and so they got lawyers including Thomas Massie and Senator Chuck Schumer out pushing for their release, right? I mean, this is a hot mess though, and but it is what the American experience is about, a hot mess. Straight up, what the fuck? I'm not going to describe anything that is a hot mess like that shit is, flowing for the people at all, operating well for the people at all. Fuck all of that. This is a hot mess. They don't know what the hell they're doing. You may as well say there's government, but it's a pretty poor functioning one. Pretty poor functioning government. And the people, I don't know, how many of you are dependent on the government to come through for you right now? Any of you depending on them to come through on anything? The prices are sky high. I mean, but we're going to talk about that, right? We're going to talk about that. And then there's the UN funding cuts. Trump cut $2 billion from the UN humanitarian aid. Yeah. And just said, hey, agencies can adapt or die. That was his thing. Domestic policy. The administration is currently suing the state of Illinois over laws that limit federal immigration acts, continuing a legal battle over sanctuary policies. Okay. Trump is still looking to do that. And then the energy rules. The Treasury Department released final rules for clean hydrogen production tax credits, which would include new pathways for nuclear power plants and carbon capture technology. So I'm going to look a little bit into that. But first of all, of course, we got to get to Caracas and see what happened there. And I'm really, I feel really bad about that. I don't like it. But I'm not in a position to stop it. Most Americans' voices don't matter pretty much about the topic. And Trump pretty much knew that going in. I mean, he knew only 1/3 of the population voted for him. And I guess you could take it that way. You could take it like 1/3 don't care because they didn't vote, right? You could take it that way, right? So I guess that's how Trump took it. 1/3 didn't vote at all. So, hey, they don't care what I do. And then the other voice is just 1/3. So fuck them. I got 1/3 too. So I don't need to listen to them. And technically, yeah, he's right. If you live in a democracy, and you have the freedom to pack a gun, to carry a gun, the least you could do is exercise your freedom to your vote. That's the least you could do before you lose it. You see what I mean? Before you lose it. And a lot of people don't think they could lose their gun rights. But I'm here to tell you, this would be the president to do it. If any, this would be the president. Because this one is a total hypocrite. You see what I mean? And he's been changing and flipping the script on everything the whole time he's been in office. That's what he's known for, flipping the script. You see what I mean? Saying one thing and doing another. So if you think these billionaires in the United States are comfortable with the American population being armed, wrong. You are the problem for them. You are actually the problem. You're the problem because you're armed. You're the problem because you have this inconvenient thing called democracy they have to always fucking have brought up. They don't like having democracy brought up to them every time, and rules, regulations, Congress, laws, judges. I mean, even if the judges are right wing, they frustrated about the right wing judges. You know what I'm saying? Like straight up. And Big Dip said, you can't disarm America though. We have four firearms per person. Well, let me tell you, I agree that the United States citizens have more guns. The citizens have more guns than China's citizens and Russia's citizens put together. That would be basically more guns. Each citizen has more guns than anybody else. But again, what I said is something different. What I said is that if there would be a president to outlaw guns, it would be this president. And I'm explaining why. You see what I'm saying? And on top of that, if you had your gun rights, then take a second to vote for your gun rights next time you see a presidential election. Take a time to vote for your health care rights the next time you see a presidential election come about. Take the time to vote for anti-war. I mean, that used to be MAGA's thing. Now MAGA is full-fledged war. That's kind of interesting. They're full-fledged war. You see what I mean? They didn't say that before. You see, so Trump is liable to do anything. I believe he would be the one to try to do it, if any, you know. And I don't even believe Americans will fucking fight back. I'm gonna be honest with you at this point, because I thought Americans wouldn't stand for their Fourth Amendment rights being stripped. I thought Americans wouldn't stand for their First Amendment right being stripped. But Americans have guns and they do. That's the bottom line. So I was actually one that really, it was like, damn, Americans ain't going for this shit. But I was wrong. Americans are going for this shit. They are going for it. And it has gotten a little ugly here and there. Yeah, maybe Trump's ear got nicked. You know, Charlie Kirk got shot. Yeah, okay, he died. He got assassinated. I mean, hey, Charlie Kirk, that was ugly enough, right? Then you got some politicians, Dems politicians that were murdered. You see what I mean? It's gotten a little ugly, but you know, I'm just gonna say the fact that Americans would allow their Fourth Amendment rights to be stripped, pretty much of them. And the First Amendment right, you know, going this far, because you would think left and right would be against that. But left and right ain't against it. And so therefore, I don't believe the shit about guns anymore. I used to believe that the guns kept us free. I don't believe it anymore, man. I believe Americans ain't going to use them guns to keep themselves free or protect their Constitution or protect their country. That's what I believe now. I don't think it's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I think Americans is just they you know, yeah, just like the First and Second Amendment. Then you know, the First Amendment, once you allow the Second Amendment is there to protect the first. But you know, you could see that the first one is not working. The voting, Trump wants to restrict voting. Trump is willing to restrict voting. He's willing to gerrymander. You know what I mean? 14th Amendment. You know, he's willing to test a lot. So, yeah, Monroe Doctrine. Well, listen, this is the thing about it. It's like, I think people can call it whatever they want to call it. You know, there's always a rule book. You know what I mean? And then there's always the characters, the individuals, you know, that are actors. You see what I mean? And, you know, I think that you see this person said both sides gerrymander. So that means you accepted it. Yeah, you accept that then. Right. That's exactly what I said. Very good observation, Tabs. You have accepted it. So you ain't going to use your gun for shit either. That's what I'm saying. You know, when you accept gerrymandering, that means you accept your guns being taken from you, too, because your voting right is being taken. Then if you accept that, then right. If you accept your health care being taken, right. You still pay for your health care. You still pay that same tax money. Yeah, that you let that happen. Why won't the rest happen? You know, and I don't believe. I'm just saying you can believe all you want. I don't believe it. You know, I don't believe it. You have to prove shit to me. I don't believe it. And what's been proven to me is that the health care can be taken. What's been proven to me is that your First Amendment and your Fourth Amendment rights can be taken. Yeah, I've seen that shit. People getting stopped. No, not even known to no crime. Not suspected of committing any crime. Just based on how they look, they can stop you. You're not even committing a crime. You're not even making an illegal turn. You're not even, and they can just stop you. So, you know, that for me, I don't know what the fuck you think a gun is for, but I think that's what a gun is for. And I see a whole lot of Americans not using it. So I don't believe it. You see what I mean? The gun is there to protect your civil rights. That's what it's there for as a citizen, you know, or as a person that lives in the country. That's what it's for. And otherwise, why have it? You see what I mean? What do you need a gun for if it's not for protecting your civil rights? What you got your gun for? What do you have your gun for? Tell me, everybody in the chat, what you got your gun for? What you got your gun for? To protect your gold? Protect your cow? What do you have your gold for? You know, I don't know what the hell. I thought that life, freedom, and liberty was something in the Constitution. You know what I'm saying? But people ain't up for that. You see what I mean? They don't bust their guns for that, though. That, you know, and actually a lot of Americans don't even know what the fuck the Constitution is. Probably never even read it. You know, like straight up. That's how I think now. See, I wasn't thinking that before Trump. I didn't even think a person like Trump would exist to the American people. Wrong. I was wrong. American people go for this. American people link up with Putin. That's what American people do. You know, American people rape. Yeah. American people defend rapists. American people vote for rapists. American people make excuses for pedophiles. Yes, they do. And I have seen that. And your gun is not to protect nobody against a pedophile either. Most of you. You see what I'm saying? Because if it was, you would have. And you didn't. You know? Actually, you know, you pay taxes to people that's protecting them. So I don't know about that. I know one thing for sure. You will be paying your tax. You likely won't be using your gun for shit. Like straight up. I'm just going to tell you. And if I'm wrong, show me. Just show me. And, you know, that's all you got to do. I do know Trump violated United States law and violated international law and went into Venezuela. I do know that. That's a fact. I believe Trump would do that. But I don't believe you would bust your goddamn gun. Not for the Constitution, and no, you won't, and not for the your rights, not for the Bill of Rights either. You know, now of course some people will, but the far majority, I would say 2/3 probably won't. That's what I believe. 2/3 won't. You see what I mean? And yeah, not for those things, you know. And if they were into that, it would happen already. That's where I see it, you know. I think the US is at an inflection point, and I think you got a lot of people that are undecided about shit like that, you know. Do I use my gun to defend the Constitution? I don't know. What's that? What's the Constitution? What's the Bill of Rights? First Amendment? What the fuck is the First Amendment? You know? Should I be stopped? You know what I'm saying? Oh, you got the shirts? Oh, thanks, Bits. I'm glad. Yeah, let me know. Shit. I don't know. I was going to tell you post a picture sometime, but you do what you want. But that's great. I'm glad you got them, and I'm glad you like them. Yo, let me put that in the chat too. Yeah, for folks that want some merch. There we go. And don't worry, this stream is going to be like maybe 3 hours, something like that. 3 hours, 4 hours, maybe. I don't know, but I'm going to take my time. But now don't get me wrong. I live outside of the US, and as an American citizen, and nobody has guns here. Nobody has guns. I mean, you know, you can have, some people have guns, but most people ain't even thinking about having a gun. And so there's when you look at how society looks, that's also reflected in this society, you know. And nobody's saying they need a gun to defend the Constitution or defend no, they're not saying that, but Americans have that shit written in their goddamn Constitution. You know what I'm saying? and I have to honestly tell you, I think Europeans are more likely to, when it comes to their sovereignty, when it comes to their Constitution, when it comes to their civil rights in that Constitution, I think they are more likely to fight for them. I think Americans are used to giving their rights away and paying taxes, and getting pretty much nothing for it. I live in Denmark. I live in Copenhagen, Denmark. I'm from Washington, D.C., but I live in Copenhagen, Denmark. I came to D.C. as a grown ass man, basically when I was 30. And, but I'm born and raised in Washington, D.C., and, I've lived in a couple of cities, New York and things like that, and bounced around some places in the world too. But check this out. In any case, that's what my experience tells me. I think Americans use their weapons for other things, but I don't think it's really the Constitution or their rights. I don't think so. I think it's for other stuff. And you see that happen all the time. And those are factual things. It's actually happened. So those are things that are undisputed, and cannot be disputed. You see what I mean? Because they are cold facts. Americans use their guns for a lot of stuff. The Constitution, no, not in a while. Not in some, not in a while at all. So if you were, so I'm not surprised that, the president isn't following it. He doesn't follow constitutional law. In case you haven't noticed. And, I mean, I don't know about you. You might believe in Trump. You might be a Trump believer that somehow this is going to turn out okay and all right. And somehow this is okay and justified. All this stuff that you're going through is somehow justified. Okay. That's your perspective on it. If that's your perspective, it is what it is. But it's definitely not my goddamn life. Your life is not my life. So, I have to say that, and I'm happy for the life I have. You live the life without your, Fourth Amendment and shit if you want. And, you live your life trying to figure out what your Constitution is about. Let everybody else try to have a normal life if possible. But I don't think it's going to turn out that way. But in any case, here's Trump. Let me bring up Trump and stop talking a little bit. And, and again, like I said, nobody has to take my word for it or my opinion. It's just my opinion. That's all it is. And, and like everything else, we will see. Right. But let's get into a little Trump and listen to what his words were. I haven't listened to his words. I haven't listened to any of the coverage from his Maduro speech, right? And there's a couple of things here. By the way, Maduro was willing to talk with Trump before, allegedly. I saw that. I saw that in an article. He was willing to speak with Trump and make some concessions, this kind of stuff. But I guess that wasn't good enough for Trump. And me, myself, I'm like, man, I'm tired of seeing these people be like, willing to make concessions at the last minute. I don't like that. I'm just like, yo, wrong is wrong. Why you going to make concessions now? Wrong is wrong, man. Fuck concessions. Wrong is wrong. Just wrong is wrong. Because this thing with Maduro, by the way, it didn't just start yesterday. You see what I mean? Like, he was very well aware of the criticisms. And again, like he bought a lot of weapons from Russia. Russia not bought them, but Russia, gives them weapons, whatever the trade deal they got between the oil and this kind of stuff. And I said flat out to everybody, Russia ain't going to do shit when the U.S. invades. I said that. I said on my program, Russia has been leaving people high and dry that they sell weapons to for a good period of time. And that was exactly my expectation, that they would do absolutely nothing if the U.S. went into Venezuela. And that's exactly what happened. Nothing again. So I'm not one of the people that praise Putin or think that Russia's military is almighty, or even think that the Russian military wants to go up against the U.S. military. I'm not even a person that thinks that. You see what I mean? And I've already seen it. Putin's inability to engage or unwillingness to engage people's, struggles with people when he arms them with their opposition. He engages a little, opens the window a little, just makes one little statement and then shuts it and says, bye-bye, I'm off to another place, another part of the world. We can have this conversation somewhere else. He did that with Palestine. He claimed, and he armed the opposition for a minute, but I was saying this game has been going on so long. It's one thing to arm people. It's another thing to be for their struggles. That's different. Selling people weapons doesn't mean you're for them. And that's what this is coming down to. It doesn't mean giving people weapons does not mean you are for them. And that's what I think people got to take a note of, pay attention to. If you're not a superpower, China selling you weapons, Russia selling you weapons, the United States selling you weapons does not mean they are for you. And it doesn't mean they will defend you. And that's what this world is looking like right now. Today, we will see the flip-flops happen. We will see it. And like I said, Taiwan could be the next space. China, the trifecta. China looks like they're about to invade Taiwan. Russia has invaded Ukraine. U.S. has invaded Venezuela now. Same excuses, same games. And why wouldn't China do that? If the U.S. can do it, who is the U.S. and Russia to speak against China doing that? Nothing. They're nobody's. Not when you do the same thing yourself. You kind of lose that. You lose that part of the argument. But in any case, here we go. I haven't seen this, so this is Trump giving his speech about what happened, and then we're going to take it from there.
Being here.
Thanks everybody for being here.
Late last night and early today, at my direction, the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch a spectacular assault. And it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II. It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice. This was...
Could he even get Venezuela out of his mouth? Let me hear that one more time. Like, is he sick? He seems to be dribbling or drooling. Let me make this a little bigger too also. Like, let me look at his face now that he sounds so funny. Let's see if we can make this bigger. Yeah, we can make it bigger. Let's get him. All right, let's hear this one more time.
Today, at my direction, the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch a spectacular assault. And it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II. It was a force against a heavily fortified military.
He's not the most eloquent speaker ever. Trump is just like barely getting the words out and shit. It's like, damn, dude. Like, what is this, man? It's really like a depressing time because, look, you could read it differently and make people feel better about the shit. That's not one of Trump's skills.
Fortress in the heart of Caracas.
He's just like,
to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military.
Look, who the hell? Look at this dumbass down here, Boo Bunny, talking about Trump lives rent free and so many people have. Man, shut the fuck up. I'm a citizen of the United States of America. What the fuck are you talking about? This has consequence to my life. What the hell are you talking about? Are you a citizen of the U.S.? Do you pay taxes, you little bum? I'm sorry, man. Let me just go see who this is. Like, because this is obviously must be a troll. 2 subscribers. Joined March 12, 2012. Okay, damn, whatever this has been on. Bob Bunny. I don't know. It seems like a troll account. But Bob Bunny, who are we to, Trump lives rent free in people's. He don't live rent free. We actually pay. Motherfuckers are paying taxes. People have to pay the price for this motherfucker. So that's not free. That's highly expensive. You see what I mean? So, it doesn't sound to me like you're a U.S. citizen, basically. That's what that is. Sounds to me like you're a troll because anybody is supposed to be concerned about the acts of their own president of the United States or any government official that they pay taxes to. Everyone's supposed to be concerned about that. That's if you're intelligent. If you're a dumb motherfucker and don't vote, probably like you, then, of course you would say that.
Might and competence.
He act like we talking about Pookie and shit on the corner. Pookie lives rent free in your head, huh? No, we talking about our damn president and shit. What the fuck? Be responsible, goddamn.
In American history. And if you think about it, we've done some other good ones like the attack on Soleimani.
What the fuck is he talking about? He just went to attacks on Soleimani. I didn't even hear no transition. What the hell is this? I'm sorry, y'all. I haven't been paying attention. Let me go back. I got distracted. That sounded like he just changed the whole topic in mid-sentence. Let me hear some
military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch a spectacular assault. And it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II. It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice.
All right, now he's going to continue to ramble, and I got time. But one thing I forgot to say at this point, since we here at the where they took him out, and they kidnapped the president of Venezuela from Caracas, right, at this military installation, right. Now, who told them? How did that happen? How did they know where he would be? That right there. And how did they get in and out of there so fast? I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but it sounds to me like they gave his ass up. Like, it sounds to me captured, not kidnapped. Whatever. No, kidnapped, motherfucker. What are you talking about? He was definitely kidnapped. Okay. And, you say captured because this shit wasn't even legal. It wasn't even legal to the U.S. Oh, fuck. He's supposed to go. You can't just go in and take people, man. What the fuck is wrong with you? And this is against international law. You can't just do that. What the hell? You know what I'm saying? And in any case, call it whatever you want to call it. I'm going to call it kidnapping. I don't care. Okay? Yeah. And to me, it looked like kidnapping. We're going to look into that, though, too. Let's find out. Was that legal? Let's look that one up. But in any case, how did they know where he would be to capture him in the first place? And why wasn't there more of a fight? Aren't these the basic questions people want to know? Right? I mean, that's what I would want to know off the bat. Like, did someone from the inside help him? Probably yes. I don't know. It's a guess, because how else would they know where he was going to be? Right? And also, why did it not take longer? Like, did they put up a fight? I mean, let's find out. I don't know if they put up a fight, but since people have been killed, obviously, and things have exploded, we may as well find that out and ask that question. Did they put up a fight? Because what the fuck else is death for, right? If people are going to die, we want to know how they died, right? We want to know what happened. We want to know the details. We don't want to just know that Trump is now in charge and, taking over, and they're going to, be digging up some oil out of the ground and shit. We want to know some other things. We want to know what do the Venezuelan people feel about this, right? Just like the presidential election, that's why you have elections. You wanted to know what Americans felt about, who the best president would be. Well, 1/3 said Trump would be. The other 1/3 said Kamala Harris, and another 1/3 didn't vote. So we know what that's like. But how did the Venezuelans feel? I would like to find some data on that too. What does the opposition feel? And does the opposition even feel differently about this? How do they really feel? I voted for Kamala, you stupid fuck. That's because I have some sense. I care about elderly people in the United States that getting elder care. I care. By the way, y'all, did y'all see there was a Black American couple that the wife, they refused the wife medical attention in an emergency based on the fact that they couldn't find any ID. And it took them a while, and they refused to take her in until they came and found the ID. And it took the husband a long time, actually. And then he finally went home or something like that, and then came back. If you care about American citizens, he came back, I believe, with the ID, and then had to ask them, is she okay? And he was yelling at them on camera, because they refused to take her without ID. And I was telling people a while ago that this is really what that law is about. It's about emergency care. It's not about health care. It's about emergency care. They kept trying to tell you immigrants were getting health care. No, that's not what was happening. What happened is that the emergency rooms, right, to be able to effectively care for you in an emergency, don't have the time to ask you for ID. And therefore, if they have to ask you for ID, it could compromise your life in an emergency situation, right? So there you go. And this actually happened now since people, Republicans kept making that argument. Now you got Black American couple, a woman, I don't even know if she made it yet, but her husband was damn sure on camera saying that, damn, is she okay? Explaining that they wouldn't accept her in an emergency. He had to go all the way to get the fucking ID. You know what I'm saying? And apparently that wasn't fast. And so they let her ass just sit there and, Yeah. So in any case, that's what people, I guess you could say that's the Trumpian way. That's the MAGA way. I guess it is the MAGA way. Thank God I live in Copenhagen, Denmark, because we have universal health care for our tax dollars. And I watch some dumbass moron be like, but you pay more in taxes than Texas. Man, you don't know nothing about the taxes. As a matter of fact, y'all, people, guess what? The lower tax branch just got, the ceiling of the lower tax branch just got raised also in Denmark, So that means that bracket where people pay 39%, the amount of money that you can make and pay in that and still pay in that sector, the ceiling got raised. You see what I mean? So now I don't know what it got raised to, but it got raised. So that means that a whole nother list of people in a higher economic bracket, right? They actually don't have to pay that much in taxes anymore. You see what I mean? While receiving the same amount of, benefits, So while in the U.S. people are getting kicked off of healthcare, kicked out of school. Yeah. But that's the American way right now. That's what Americans are celebrating. MAGA people are celebrating it. They're celebrating that like it's a victory. They act like they're going to get some of that Venezuelan oil, and you ain't going to get none of it. None of it. None of you MAGA people in this chat. You are the brokest people on earth. You will not get 1 penny of any Venezuelan oil, because that will go to American private corporations who you gave a tax break to, that don't think you have the right to health care, you stupid fucks. And see, that's what I don't understand. It's broke ass Americans supporting this invade other people's country, and you ain't going to get none of the shit yourself. You ain't going to get none of it. You are not going to get any of the oil. None of you MAGA voters, none of you will get a drop of Venezuelan oil. None of you. None of that was for you. You in the chat talking about woohoo, woohoo. You know what I'm saying? Woohoo! Like, you getting some of the oil. You ain't getting no fucking oil. You know? Goddamn. These are the brokest ass people out there like, yay! Yay for Trump and the oil oligarchs. They're going to get more fucking oil. And I'm not. My mama going to get kicked off healthcare. Hoorah! You know? It's like, damn, like, this is how dumb these people are. Canada, what's up? Yo. Yeah, Canada says Trump can go fuck himself. Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Palace, for that message. Indeed, yeah, Trump can go fuck himself. Fuck you, Trump. Shit, I'm going to say that all goddamn day. But none of you MAGA people will get one drop of oil. You will get no oil proceeds. You will get nothing because you're not worth anything. You're worth zero. Zero. That's who you are. That's who you are. And as long as you support it, you deserve it. You deserve the zero treatment. But in any case, let's get back to Trump now. Yo, click the like button. I'm sorry. I've been off for a second, for a little more than 24 hours. So, yeah, let's have some fun.
This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history. And if you think about it,
what does that mean? What does that mean? Who did he accomplish something for? No American is getting any of that oil money. Who did he accomplish it for? What are the revenues going to be used for? What are the taxes going to be used for? He didn't even mention that. He's not even pretending like it's going to do anything for Americans, but he pays it. He says, you see how he wraps himself in the American flag, but it's really for his own corporate benefit. You see that? Like, that is foul. That's the type of paper plastic American Trump is. He's a plastic ass American. And let me tell you, the people that voted for him, you are plastic as fuck too. You are plastic. You are phonies. You are fake. Like, really. There's nothing inside of you. You're just a piece of plastic. You don't have a heart. You don't have a human bone in your body. You are just phony. You are copycat Americans. You're not real Americans. You don't even want. You're for invasion of people's countries, and you don't even get a penny. Damn, are you fucking stupid? You're celebrating somebody else being an imperialist that wouldn't even allow you in the fucking room. Like, goddamn.
We've done some other good ones, like the attack on Soleimani.
See, that's what I don't understand. He just talking about Soleimani. What is he talking about? Why did he change the script right there? This shit is supposed to be about Venezuela, and he just flipped to a whole nother region of the world. He just flipped out of nowhere.
Effective and powerful displays of American military in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history. And if you think about it, we've done some other good ones, like the...
What the fuck? What the fuck is he talking? We've done other good ones, like, so this is a comparative thing, So the value of this is that, yeehaw, we just know how to kill people. Yeehaw, we know American might. Yeehaw. But what did you get out of killing this guy, Soleimani? I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't really, I know Soleimani ain't do shit to me, but I know he didn't do anything to Trump. Right. But they killed him. Now, why does it have to be like we killed this person? So that's a comparison to what's going on in Venezuela. Why does that have to be a comparison? You know what I mean? Why does that have to be the same thing? But the way Trump puts it, it almost makes it sound like it's the same thing. Basically, is it the same thing? Is what's going on in Iraq? Was that the same thing as what's going on with Venezuela? I mean, you tell me.
Attack on Soleimani, the attack on al-Baghdadi, and the obliteration and decimation of the Iran nuclear sites just recently in an operation known as Midnight Hammer, all perfectly executed and done. No nation in the world could achieve what America achieved yesterday, or frankly, in just a short period of time.
But if another nation could achieve what the U.S. achieved yesterday, would that be good? Put a 1 in the chat if China achieving what the U.S. achieved yesterday would be a good thing. Put also 1 in the chat if Russia achieving the same type of victory would be a good thing. Put 1 in the chat if somebody else achieving the same thing would be a good thing. And I'm just going to wait. I'm going to see. Because there are some stupid fucks. I know that for sure. Because I mean, I don't understand. This dude's bragging and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, but are you trying to say that somebody else should one up you? Is that what you're trying to say? It sounds like he's trying to say that, like, no one could do it better. Okay, but what if someone does do it better? Would that make them better? You see what I'm saying? Like, if someone does it better, would it make them better people? Because Trump seems to talk about shit like that. Like, that makes you good. Just the fact that you could do that in one day, that little military mission, makes you better. I mean, yeah. Okay.
All perfectly executed and done. No nation in the world could achieve what America achieved yesterday, or frankly, in just a short period of time. All Venezuelan military.
What if they could do it in what if they could do it in double the time? What if it didn't? What if it took them 2 days in that one? What if it took them 24 hours in that 12 hours? What if it took them that long? Would that be something you would be up for? What if it took twice as long, 3 times as long, 4 times as long? 4 times as long would be what? 2 days? 8 times longer? 4 days? What? Like, you don't have to do it faster. It can be just as bad done a little slower. It could be. I mean, what is he talking about? I don't get Trump.
Capacities were rendered powerless as the men and women of our military, working with U.S. law enforcement, successfully captured Maduro in the dead of night.
He's saying this against basically a country that doesn't stand a second against the United States military. Like, flat out. There's no possibility that could ever be the case. You see what I mean? But he's talking about it like it was some insurmountable, like, it's kind of like saying Mike Tyson fight, or what was that fight that happened the other day? It was the guy, it was a boxing match. What's the dude, Joshua something? And the other guy who was like a YouTuber or some shit, a vlogger that wanted to box him, that turned into a boxer and had all these phony ass fights real quick, to make him look like he was that great. And then a real boxer, someone that's been really boxing for a while, just came and beat his ass. Yeah, Josh and Jake Paul. That's what this is like. The U.S. military is like Joshua, and they're taking on like a Jake Paul, and he's bragging about it. Like, this is sad because it means we can bully more people. I mean, it's like he's celebrating bullying people. It's not like he's talking about a war with China. It's not like he's talking about even a war with Russia, although I think the U.S. would cripple Russia badly. Like, not cripple, destroy. You know what I'm saying? But it would be more dangerous at least. You know what I'm saying? It would be more of a fight at least. It would be something that would require a lot more effort. At least this is just like nothing. They just showed up They just showed up with the ship, stood in front of them for like a month. Here we are. We're going to invade pretty soon. That's what Trump thinks. You know, I don't care. Hey, here we are, y'all. We're just going to hang out here right in front of you and, you know, for a month. We ain't worried about you. You know what I mean? You think you really going to get away with that with everybody? So I don't think this is something you want to brag about, especially if it's something that was necessary to do. You see what I mean? He seems like he's gloating on the military might, not actually focusing on, you know, what you want to get done. I mean, and think about this. Trump, according to the record, he's probably going to say it, and I know I keep stopping this shit and I have to let it play, but and I'm going to let it play. I'm sorry about that, but he's said somewhere in a statement that I've read, I want to hear it for myself, but he has said that the U.S. is going to take care of Venezuela. MAGA people, do you want the U.S. taking care of Venezuela? Put a 1 in the chat if you want the U.S. taking care of Venezuela in this period when they don't have a government. Put a 1 in the chat if you think you like that, and put a 2 in the chat if you don't like that. Yeah, because the last I heard, MAGA people was like, stop taking care of people, stop sitting on billions of dollars. You think that shit going to be for free? You guess who's on? It's on the It's on the taxpayers of the United States of America. Every single MAGA voter is going to pay for Venezuela to be, you know, fixed correctly. You're going to pay out of your tax dollars. Yep. Congratulations. That's where your tax dollars is going to. It's not going to your health care, by the way. You know, a lot of you will be paying, you pay taxes for this now and won't be getting no health care. Like, this is what you pay for. The ones of you that didn't get any health care, you are still paying for this. You get this. By the way, where they're going? What state are you from, and who is your health care provider? Yeah. Let me know. Okay. Where's the going 116? Everybody asks where's the going 116. What state are they from, and who is their health care provider? I want to know some things. You see what I mean about their taxes. Now, you know, since they seem to like this kind of shit. You know, all right, so let's continue.
It was dark. The lights of Caracas were largely turned off due to a certain expertise that we have. It was dark and it was deadly. But captured along with his wife, Celia Flores, both of whom now face American justice. Maduro and Flores have been indicted in the Southern District of New York. It's Jay Clayton, for their campaign of deadly narco-terrorism against the United States and its citizens. I want to thank the men and women of our military who achieved such an extraordinary success overnight with breathtaking speed, power, precision, and competence. You rarely see anything like it. You've seen some raids in this country that didn't go so well. They were an embarrassment. If you look back to Afghanistan, or if you look back to the Jimmy Carter days, they were different days. We're a respected country again, like never before. These highly trained warriors operating in collaboration with U.S. law enforcement.
How about the peace deal between the Israelis and the Palestinians? You know, how about, did you take out Iran's nuclear weapons, nuclear capability or not? I mean, you know, it's like, did you get the Ukraine war to stop between Russia and Ukraine? Did you bring peace on day 1? Did you bring it on day 30, day 60, day 90, day 120, day 400? You know, no. So, you know, I don't know, but let me let it play. This is just, we got to hear this. It's painful. Fought
them in a very ready position. They were waiting for us. They knew we had many ships out in the sea were just sort of waiting. They knew we were coming. So they were in what's called a ready position, but they were completely overwhelmed and very quickly incapacitated. If you would have seen what I saw last night, you would have been very impressed. I'm not sure that you'll ever get to see it, but it was an incredible thing to see. Not a single...
Oh, sorry. We know we're going to see that because the one thing the Trump administration likes to do is gloat over any success. I mean, these are the motherfuckers that was showing you boats, little tiny ass boats getting blown up with fucking, $200,000, $300,000 fucking rockets and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, why wouldn't they show us this? So you see, this is another case of Trump, actually being fucking delusional and completely unaware of his own personality traits. I mean, look, mark my words, and I'm going to tell you, mark it down here. V Media told you first, you will be seeing that motherfucking footage very, very soon. Okay. I promise you. Okay. I'm just saying, this is another easy one. Let's hear it again. He just told you an untruth. Okay. Something a promise he has no intention of keeping. His ego can't keep this fucking thing contained.
Collaboration with U.S. law enforcement caught them in a very ready position. They were waiting for us. They knew we had many ships out in the sea, were just sort of waiting. They knew we were coming. So they were in what's called a ready position, but they were completely overwhelmed and very quickly incapacitated. If you would have seen what I saw last night, you would have been very impressed. I'm not sure that you'll ever get to see it, but it was an incredible thing to see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. Sure, you're right.
Not a single American service member
we're going to see
was killed, and not a single piece.
Yo, excuse me. Do me a favor. Click the like button, y'all. Click the like button, please. It helps more people come into the stream and more people see the video. And if you haven't subscribe to my channel. Also, hit the bell so you get the impromptu notifications when I go live. I appreciate that.
Piece of American equipment was lost. We had many helicopters, many planes, many people involved in that fight. But think of that, not one piece of military equipment was lost, not one service member was, more importantly, killed.
I mean, basically, come on. We're not born yesterday. I mean, if you didn't lose any piece of equipment, then it basically means there wasn't much of a goddamn fight. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I'm just saying that. Like, and again, I'm not blaming Venezuelans because, listen, you are outpowered. Like, what is this? You don't need to die by the thousands and more. You don't have to impress anybody, man. You were hit. The United States is not a military you want to confront Venezuela. You know what I mean? And you don't lose anything by what happened. Nobody expects you all are good people. You have character and you have morals, and you deserve to have a wonderful life and a free and fair life like everyone else. And so you don't have to feel like you have to prove yourself by dying against the United States military. And that's one of my big things about dictators and authoritarians and people that want to remain in power. Like, don't take your countries through this kind of shit. Like, and again, I'm not blaming this. I'm not saying this is acceptable what Trump has done, but don't take your country through these kind of things, man. There's got to be plenty of people able and willing to lead and share power with, to where, you could avoid these situations. You can do things to avoid them a little more. And I don't think Maduro was too clever myself about that, yeah. Basically, I don't think he was too clever about that, and I don't have it. Not that I have any disrespect for him. I don't know anything about what he's been doing in Venezuela or his regime. About in terms of how they treat the population. What if he has a lot of if he's been accused of a lot of horrible things, and how real those things are. I don't know much about that myself, but I do know that sharing power, having the top position is not necessarily a good thing. You shouldn't want to be in that position forever. And I don't think it's something that any country should have. I'm totally against every country having people in there for goddamn hours and hours and I mean not hours, years and years and years. 4 years, okay. If you're really, really good, 8 years. After that, I think there's a goddamn limit. Just end it. Just end it. There's plenty of other people that can serve. A lot of people able to serve. A lot of people with great ideas. I just don't think, freedom goes hand in hand with people seeing somebody be the leader their entire goddamn life. So, but I think that wasn't a good look for Venezuela, but yeah, it's over. Somebody said Venezuelans were celebrating. Well, Americans, only 1/3 of Americans voted for Trump. It's important to understand that, right? I see the comments saying, yet America is totally divided. Yeah, America's been divided about Trump. Only 1/3 of Americans voted for Trump. And it's very important for people to understand that around the world. Only 1/3 of the population vouched for Donald J. Trump. Another 1/3 vouched for Kamala Harris. And another 1/3 didn't vouch for anybody. So Trump did not get the majority of American voters. Trump only got 1/3. So you have to understand that. So technically, officially, on the record, as far as the voices of the American people are concerned, the citizens, only 1/3 supported Trump, period. So it's very important to understand that. Yeah. And that's how it works,
The United States military is the strongest and most fearsome military on the planet by far. With capabilities and skills our enemies can scarcely begin to imagine. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. There's no equipment like what we have. And you see that even if you just look at the boats, we've knocked.
Somebody said the electoral college picks the president, not the people. Damn, you got that wrong as hell, dude. The people pick the president. I don't know why you don't understand that. That's what a democracy is. Now, having an electoral college doesn't mean the people don't pick the president, you stupid fuck. But the thing about it is that the electoral college has to have votes to work on. And if only 1/3 of the American population votes for somebody, that's all they have to work with. You see what I mean? So that, it's just simple. And I'm going to say it again. No matter who likes it or doesn't like it, Donald J. Trump only got 1/3 of the support of the American citizens, period. Only 1/3 at best. That's what he got in terms of votes. The people that walk in and stand in line and cast their ballot. The people that cast one of those ballots on voting night, only 1/3 of those people voted for Trump. The other 1/3 voted for Kamala Harris, and another 1/3 didn't vote at all for anyone. But when they don't vote for you, that does not mean they support you. And so that's just the facts,
Knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in by sea. 90%. Each boat kills on average, 25,000 people. We knocked out 97%. And those drugs mostly come from a place called Venezuela.
What is he talking about? Those drugs mostly come from a place called Venezuela. Before he said that was Venezuela. That's what is he talking about? That sentence don't make no sense. Listen to this.
And if you just look at the boats, we've, with capabilities and skills our enemies can scarcely begin to imagine. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. There's no equipment like what we have. And you see that even if you just look at the boats, we've knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in by sea.
We've knocked out 95% of the drugs, or 97% of the drugs coming in by sea.
90%. Each boat kills on average, 25,000 people.
Each boat on average kills about 25,000 people. And
We knocked out 97%. And those drugs mostly come from a place called Venezuela.
And those drugs mostly come from a place called Venezuela. I mean, I really don't know what the hell he's trying to say with this statement right here. You know, he makes it sound like he's talking about all of the drugs that come into the United States of America from all places. And then he makes it sound like he's only talking about Venezuela because of the data that he's using, you know. But in any case,
we're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country.
MAGA, yeah, you guys ready for that? The U.S. is going to run this country while you don't have health care. The U.S. got a budget for that.
Dishes.
Listen now, it's going to be the taxpayer doing this, but you won't share none of the oil money. You understand that? So you're going to pay for to run Venezuela. You paid for the invasion of Venezuela, right? But you won't get any of the oil money.
Transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious.
Yo, they can't even run the U.S. What the fuck? Listen, you can't even run the U.S. properly. You see what I mean? And now we're going to run another country. Yo, what the fuck? Yo, this is bizarre. This is bizarre. But I have to admit, this is what at least half of the MAGA voters voted for. At least half of them voted for bizarre. Really. Half of them said, fuck this shit. They leaving. But half of them are holding steady. And they definitely voted for bizarre. If you said we were going to war against China tomorrow, we were going to invade China, they would be like, yeah. This core group that Trump has, they would be for invading China. And yeah, I think you should be careful for what you wish for. I think that's how this is going to turn out, because nobody knows where the last domino falls in this thing. And you know, there's this dynamic where, listen, Iran, they used think about this. Iran used trolls online to help Trump win. Russia used trolls online to help Trump win. China used trolls online to help Trump win, right? But are they necessarily really happy with Trump? Like, are they really happy with Trump? And or is that turning somewhere else? You know, how is this really turning out for them now that Trump is in office? Now, in theory, one theory is that they made a deal to split up the world into, Asia, China run Asia, Russia run Europe, right? And in the United States runs, America, right? In theory, they have that deal, right? But I find it hard to believe that that's going to all work out well, And I have I'm more into like data and numbers. You see what I mean? Politics, understanding the people. Yeah, I'm into that too. When anthropology, understanding the groups of people in a different country, the politics of a country, the understanding, the composition of a country, the geography of a country, also where they lie in the world. You know what I'm saying? Something tells me with these numbers, shit ain't gonna work out how China and Russia expect it to. I'm gonna be honest with you. And they supported Trump, but I think this is going to backfire on them a lot. And I think it's going to backfire on Russia very, very hard, because the EU has 450 million people, and it's the second strongest economy on earth. I mean, any plan you made without them, this easy ass plan. Yeah, we're just Russia. So you run Europe, China, you run Asia, and Donald Trump, he's just going to run America. Yo, I'm sorry. That's way too easy of a plan. Sorry. There's other factors in there that's going to factor in. And the EU is definitely one of those factors. You see what I mean? They're definitely going to factor in. And some other countries. You see what I'm saying? And I don't think it's going to swing. You know, the EU has some leverage. They have some leverage. They have some economic leverage. And they have some weapons leverage. And they have some manpower leverage. Even more important, the EU has 450 million people. Russia at best has 150 million, and the United States has 350 million. So the EU really has a lot of manpower. So they can harness a lot of energy. They have a lot of technology. They're very swift at changing directions, and they're able to produce pretty solidly, you know, where they want to, because they have the money and they have the knowledge and they have the engineering and they have the manpower. You see what I mean? So I think this plan, somehow it ain't going to turn out how they planned it, you know. But and also I think the U.S. is going to suffer in America over this. Like, in no way, shape, or form do I think South Americans are going to put up with this shit. Central Americans, I don't think people are going to put up with it now. You know, but you don't really know, because there's always somebody out there willing to play the, you know, to do something different. I mean, you know, there's always someone there, but I just don't see it. I think American people are past this. We all know that we don't want this kind of activity in America. Like, we don't want Americans against Americans. Like, very simple. It's not necessary. I mean, we are related, a lot of us, by blood. You see what I mean? Like, seriously, the same composition in South America is the same composition of people, pretty much, roughly speaking, of course, in North America. Native population, descendants of Europeans, and also descendants of Africans, you know, and then Asians also now. So, you know, it's you know, Trump likes to defend Christians in Nigeria, but most South Americans are Christians, and he's bombing them. Maduro is a Christian. You know what I'm saying? Like, Maduro is a Christian. You see what I mean? And Venezuelans are Christians. You see? Flat out. Venezuelans are Christians. And, you know, I don't see how that's going to play, how that's going to work out so easily. And on top of it, you know, people don't like to, how can I say this? People don't like for the U.S. particularly to dictate everything. You know, we've already been through that history with wars and selling weapons, and, you know, the Iran-Contra scandal, and influencing ourselves in South America, you know. And what did we get from that? We got a whole bunch of MAGA people complaining about immigrants. So if you don't want immigrants, you kind of have to stop meddling in the affairs militarily. Like, you have to kind of want to be pro-trade and pro-peace with them instead of war. Now, think about where all these people are going to go. You know, if Donald Trump says he's going to take care of, the United States says you're going to take care of these people, what does that mean? What does that really mean? The American people don't have health care. Venezuelans had it before you invaded. You see what I mean? It may not have been, they may not have a lot of money, but they all had access to some kind of basic, you know, health care. Now, education also, you know. Now, don't quote me. I don't know all the exact numbers, right? And I'm sure public sectors have been suffering because of sanctions and things like that. But generally speaking, a lot of countries, like, look, the U.S. is talking that shit to Colombia, man. Everybody go to school in Colombia. Everybody got access to the public healthcare system. You see what I mean? So now, you know, when we go around invading people, like, what are we going to really do when we say we're going to run it? Are we going to make it better for the average person? Are we going to make it better than what Maduro had? Like, what's our commitment to making it better? And what are our own standards if we're going to make it better? What is better? Is it going to be, I mean, you know, so I don't think this is going to work out too well, to be honest with you. I don't have the faith, but Trump has the power and the freedom to prove me wrong. you know, but I don't have the faith, you know, that I don't have in this one. So, yeah.
For transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it essentially until such time as a proper transition can take place. As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time. They were.
Which one is it about? Is it about peace? Is it about human rights? Is it about what law and order? What is it about? Is it about drugs? No, but it's like he's going to talk about oil like that's his right, like it's his oil. The oil is not his. Why is he even talking about it? Why is he even talking about it? It's yeah, but this is a Trump style speech. You know what I mean? So he's going to talk about the money angle. You know, he's going to talk about the diamonds, the minerals, the oil. You know, he's going to bring that up. And after he talks first about, you know, human rights and fairness and we want the country to do well. And then he's like, and the oil, by the way, and the oil, you know, it's like
can take place.
And maggots are not going to demand that the U.S. get, you know, that the American taxpayer gets some of that oil, you know. Now, this is a question for only MAGA supporters, only MAGA supporters. OK, and yeah. So I only want MAGA supporters answering this. Do you want Trump giving some of that oil, giving some of the oil proceeds from Venezuela to every American citizen? That's what Norway does. They give some of their proceeds to the Norwegian citizens. You know, they have a fund for that. Do all MAGA voters, all MAGA supporters, Trump supporters, do you want Trump to give some of the oil to every American citizen, or do you want him to keep it to himself? And see, look at this shit, Jim. This is how you know Jim is a troll and shit, because it's like, damn, why would, see, this is funny right here. You know, this is funny because if you for him taking it, then why don't you give me some? Why don't you give Jim some of that oil? If we can just take it, if it's just like that, what the fuck? See, that's how you know. A lot of a real MAGA person would have been like, yeah, I do want some of that oil. Fuck it. You know, but a fake one would be like, no, don't give me, take the oil, but don't give me any of it. What the fuck? I mean, why you spending your tax dollars taking it? At least you can get some of it back. What the fuck? This is crazy. See, that doesn't make any sense. That's just like giving away your tax dollars to someone else's problem. You just heard Trump say you're going to take care of Venezuela. You just heard him say that. That's your tax dollars is going to be taking care of them. Look, and then on top of it, you're invading, and the man is talking about oil. If you controlling the country and you're okay with that, then you control the oil. Then why shouldn't you get paid back for it, right? Isn't that what Trump talked about before? Isn't that what Trump talked about with Ukraine? You know, you got to pay us back. Although, you know, why can't we get any of the oil? I'm just saying. What's wrong with that? I don't get that. I don't get it. You up for invading people's, you up for removing the First Amendment. You're up for removing the Fourth Amendment. You're up for removing the 14th Amendment. You're up for removing women's rights. You're up for invading other countries, right? You're up for all of that. Why wouldn't you be up for, you know, all the American taxpayers getting a percentage of the oil? I mean, is that too far gone? Like, is that where the line gets drawn for you? Like, damn. But the line is not drawn for you to flip the bill for the invasion for somebody else to have a democracy, right? You okay with your tax dollars paying for someone else to have a democracy? That's weird. I don't understand that. I don't understand it. Yeah, free Palestine. I hear you, yeah. Yeah, I don't understand that one. I don't understand that one. I mean, if you're going to invade, then why not get something out of it, right? What's the point in using the American people's tax dollars to invade and the American people don't get anything for it? What's that all about? So you use their tax dollars to invade people, get oil, for the businessmen, let them make money, all the profits in the world, and you can't even get health care with your taxes. Like, that's weird. That's really, really weird, but okay. That's okay. Everybody does it a little different, folks have their own opinions about that. I'm not for invading, but I just want to know, why the hell would a MAGA person support invading and then you don't support everybody getting some of that oil proceeds when you're the one that's going to pay for their new democracy to be set up? That sounds really weird. You don't even get health care, but you want your money to go to somebody else having their democracy set up. What do you think Trump is talking about? You think he's talking about setting up a society that doesn't vote? I don't know.
Can you explain how the U.S. will run Venezuela? Well, thank you, Mr. President. Finally, a commander-in-chief the world respects and the American people deserve. And as the president said, words can barely capture the bravery and the power and the precision of this historic operation. A massive joint military and law enforcement.
Hold on, Jim. Are you a Trump supporter? Because I just want to understand your comments correctly. I'm not trying to come down on you or anything. But Jim Smith, are you a Trump supporter? Oh, okay. So I said you answered a question that I said only Trump supporters should answer. That's what it is. Okay, I got you now. Yeah, we're in the same team, Jim. Yeah, no. You answered a question that I asked only MAGA supporters to answer. But no worries. It's all right.
Raid flawlessly executed.
That's why I was confused.
By the greatest Americans our country has to offer. American warriors are second to none. The best in the world and the best of
he's a Democrat.
Our country. What all of us witnessed last night was sheer guts and grit.
I fucking hate Trump too, man. Sorry about the confusion. But it's all good. I hear, how the fuck can we run another country? What the fuck is it? We can't even run the U.S. Well, why? And again, I'm just talking to MAGA people. Isn't this what you didn't pay for? Isn't this what you were tired of? Isn't this exactly what MAGA people said? The reason why they voted for Trump is because he didn't do shit like this. And isn't this what Trump pointed the finger at everybody else for doing? MAGA people are supposed to be against stuff like this. And it's starting to look like they really ain't America first, to be honest with you.
Gallantry and glory of the American warrior. I'm simply humbled by such men. And I tip my hat to our chairman, Dan Raisin Kane, and all those Americans who stood watch last night. Our warriors are the elite of America. And again, President Trump has your back. No other country on planet Earth, and it's not even close, could pull this kind of operation off. And no other president has ever shown this kind of leadership, courage, and resolve. The most powerful combination the world has ever seen. As the president said, our adversaries remain on notice. America can project our will anywhere.
Who are the United States adversaries? Let me know. Who are the adversaries of the United States? And this is a question for just everybody. It doesn't matter if you're a Republican, if you're a MAGA, if you're a Democrat, if you're independent. Let me know. I want everybody to chime in on this one, too. Who are the enemies of the United States of America? Because I don't even fucking know anymore. Like, I thought I knew, but Trump changed it. So who are those enemies? Does America have any particular enemies anymore? I'm wondering, I'm wondering. So, just let me know. I'm going to take a second. You let me know who the enemies are, because this dude, Hegseth, he seems to think we have
shown this kind of leadership, courage, and resolve. The most powerful combination.
Master Q BJ said, whoever have the oil that we don't control are our enemies. Yeah.
The world has ever seen. As the president said, our adversaries remain on notice. America can project our will anywhere, anytime. The coordination, the stealth, the lethality, the precision, the very long arm of American justice, all on full display in the middle of the night. Nicolas Maduro had his chance, just like Iran had their chance, until they didn't and until he didn't. He effed around and he found out. President Trump is deadly.
Pete Hegseth is like having an orgasm right now. I mean, the way he is talking about this shit is on full display. It's like he's reading from some goddamn, adult sex book and shit. He's like, American might on full display in the middle of the night. Like, damn, dude. Like, you would think he's talking about this shit like he married to the fucking bombs and shit. You know what I'm saying? On full display. Our weaponry is like, wow.
It's about stopping the flow of gangs and violence to our country. Deadly serious about stopping the flow of drugs and poison to our people. Deadly serious about getting back the oil that was stolen from us.
Getting back the oil that was stolen from us? Getting back the oil. This is never going to end. Because, look, isn't this like the problem with the world? Like, always going back in history and saying, but they did it to us. They did it to us first. Isn't that like one of the problems in the world? How many grievances does a people have around the world? Everybody got a grievance about the people that did something to them before. That every group of people have that grievance. How the fuck are you going to go back in time and be like, we getting back the oil they stole from us? The oil that happens to be the oil coming out of their actual ground inside of their actually country. They stole it from us. This is crazy. This is crazy. Just how he's talking about it. This is like, I don't know, but it is their policy. I mean, these guys are sexual harassers. They are rapists. They are people that violate folks on the daily. You know what I mean? Like, so when I hear them talking about this, to me, it sounds like the same senselessness. Like, you don't have the right to your body when you're around these motherfuckers. They want to control your body. It's always a theme, a norm to control somebody's body. And they also want to control your country. That's part of the body, the man to the object thing. You know what I mean? This is the object. We take it if we want it, and yeah, it's not, they can't take oil. No one can take oil from us that doesn't belong to us.
And deadly serious about reestablishing American deterrence and dominance in the Western Hemisphere. This is about the safety, security, freedom, and prosperity of the American people. This is America first. This is...
Somebody said Venezuela's are dancing in the street. Yeah, but that doesn't matter. We know they're dancing in the street. Now you got the U.S. about to flip the bill for them, right? Justin? The United States taxpayers about to flip the bill for Venezuela, right? So, I mean, yeah, maybe they would be dancing in the streets, but that's not what this is about, because MAGA said they were against this. That's what MAGA said they were against. That's what the U.S., why Trump pulled out the U.S. military out of Afghanistan, why Trump made the agreement, because he was against this type of stuff. And now you're back saying you're doing to do it again. So listen, so you're going to send U.S. troops in there, right? How long? For how long? Any plan? I mean, I have no doubt myself that a war is coming after this. Whatever happens with Trump in power, yeah, it's just going to be about the oil. and maybe they want to control some of the drugs themselves so they can go sell some drugs to somebody else. I don't know, but that's what it sounds like to me. Criminal shit. And that will be a temporary thing, as it always is. Who controls the oil, who controls the dope is always temporary. It's never something that builds nations up. See, how you get a nation up standing strong, right, is by the infrastructure being there, and by the government wanting to serve the people. That's how it gets built up. That's how things start working and rolling, when you have a government that wants the people strong, that wants the people successful, that wants the people to be able to trade among each other and create life for each other. If you just give the people what they need, they'll do the rest of the job. You see what I mean? But I just have a hard time believing that that's what Trump has in mind. You know what I mean? And yeah, I just have a hard time believing it. I think his goals are very short term, very, very short term. Probably more like get what he can get out of a deal right now, and then he's out of there. By the way, the stream is called Catfight. This stream right now is called Cat. Let me see here. The stream we on is called Catfight over who will be the next president. So we're getting to that part soon. Yes, it's about who is fighting in the White House to become the next president, because they know Trump is old as fuck and decaying in front of everybody's eyes, right? Yeah. So let's continue here. Let's continue.
Peace through strength. And the United States War Department is proud to help deliver it. Welcome to 2026. And under President Trump, America is back. I'd like to welcome now our Chairman Raising Cane, to give a few more details about the operation.
See, first of all, I don't know if you all ever heard, some of the Trump people are very ignorant, right? They don't realize that Congress is the one who passes the budget. So Trump can say he wants to do any goddamn thing. He can say he can do anything. The question is, you actually have to go to Congress to pass a budget to do it. You see what I mean? So these Trump people don't even fucking think that far in advance. They just go for anything that Trump says without having to ask themselves, how does this work legally? They don't even ask themselves how this shit works legally. Listen, y'all, Trump has to get the Congress. Trump has to get the Congress to pay for it. It's literally the Congress that have to pay for it. Trump doesn't have the money. There's no money there. He can do some little temporary thing by moving funds that have already been appropriated from Congress over from maybe one part of the military to another. He might be able to do that. You see what I mean? But there's even limits to that. But this guy's not talking about something small. He's talking about like taking care of Venezuela until they have a new government, the interim, until it's working. You see what I mean? And that pretty much takes money. Now he's saying dealing with the oil that they took. But how do you guarantee that? What's your plan? What does the plan really look like? Are you going to have military there standing around the oil fields while it gets pumped? Or are you going to install a new president that you believe is just going to stay there, or the Venezuelan people are going to stay there, allowed to stay there? I mean, the bottom line is that if the Venezuelan people are not made happy, it ain't going to really last long. And the job is bigger, I think, than what he makes it sound. And he sounds like he's pretty much in a hurry and doesn't really care about how it's really going to happen. It's more like his time is running out as the president. So maybe this is like legacy. He can get one more check from the oil barons, to get some contracts. But contracts come and go. Oil contracts come and go every day. So, I mean, I don't see how this is not American oil. So, yeah. There's never any guarantee from one day to the next. There's just no way to get that, unless you want to say a country is not a sovereign nation, then that's different. All right, let's see here. Let's hear. Is Pete Hegseth going to talk now some more? Yeah. But yeah, I think this is just another sham. You know, you got to remember, this is the same guy that brought peace to Israel and Palestine, right? Already. This is the same guy that said he's going to stop the Ukrainian war on day one because Vladimir Putin loves him so much and he's such a personal friend with Vladimir Putin. This is the same guy. This is the guy. I mean, even the Republicans said they ain't going to touch your health care. The whole damn party, MAGA Mike Johnson said that they're not going to touch it. You know, this is one of the things, you know, one of the first things they said, and then they went to work to cutting it. So, you know, you can't, anyone who literally trusts what he says right now is a damn fool, basically. I mean, you're wishing it. That's okay to wish, but, you know, okay, you can wish. I'm not wishing, by the way. I'm not wishing.
Last night,
I'm more into, you know, you got to prove it to me, you know.
The order of the President of the United States and in support of a request from the Department of Justice, as the President said, the United States military conducted an apprehension mission in Caracas, Venezuela, to bring to justice two indicted persons, Nicolas and Cecilia Maduro. This operation, known as Operation Absolute Resolve, was discreet, precise, and conducted during the darkest hours of January 2nd and was the culmination of months of planning and rehearsal, an operation that, frankly, only the United States military could undertake. What I'd like to do this morning is talk to you through some of the preparation and the details without compromising any.
Okay, let me ask everybody who is, let me ask you, let me know in the chat if you believe that this was good done and that this was the right thing to do. Put a 1 in the chat if you believe this was the right thing to do. Put a 2 in the chat if you believe it was not the right thing to do. All right. Just very simple. And I'm going to take a look and see what people's responses are. Put a 1 in the chat if you think this was the right thing to do. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't think this is the right thing to do. Right. And I just want to see something because I got a question, also a follow-up question. Right. So I just want to ask people this follow-up question. Okay. Okay. So everybody that said this is the right thing to do, should China invade Taiwan? Miss Slow, what is this? Miss Solo Gov, should China invade Taiwan? Andy Thompson, should China invade Taiwan? Wall Street Viking, should China invade Taiwan? What is that? Ital Man, should China invade Taiwan? Reality Bites Back. Oh, that's not okay. No, you don't want that. Okay. Dale Richter, should China invade Taiwan? Michael Freeman, should China invade Taiwan? Yeah. Look at this. Different. So I tell, look at this. Look. And then they like dumb comparison. It's not a comparison. Who said it's a comparison? I'm asking you. Are you saying it is comparable? I don't know. I'm not saying that. What I'm asking you is very straightforward. It only means it's just don't try to change it. It's very simple. It only means, do you believe as an individual China should invade Taiwan? That's all it means. You know, that's all it means. And if you don't have an answer, don't answer. That's all. Very simple. It's not a comparison, Michael Freeman. You keep calling it a comparison. It's not a comparison. The only person comparing it is you, sir. So stop being stupid. Okay. Now I'm asking you a question. Do you believe China should invade Taiwan? It's very simple. Okay. Look at this. Dumb question. You see this? Because these are the same trolls that's going to be in there saying the opposite later. You know, that's why they don't want to answer it now. You see what I mean? It's like, it's very simple. Also, let me ask you another question. What state do you live in and who is your healthcare provider? Okay. All of you, you know what I'm saying? Who the fuck is comparing? I'm not comparing them at all. You know, I'm saying that they believe it's comparable. Russia believes it's okay to invade Ukraine. Trump believes for the same reasons it's okay to invade Venezuela, and China believes for the same reasons it's okay to invade Taiwan. It's not me comparing them. I'm just asking you, do you agree? Do you agree with Putin? Do you agree with Trump? Do you agree with Xi? How about I say that? So now, put a 3 in the chat if you agree with Trump, Xi, and Putin. Put a 3 in the chat if you agree with Trump, Xi, and Putin. Put a 3 in the chat if you agree with Putin. Put a 3 in the chat if you agree with Xi. Put a 3 in the chat if you agree with Trump. Yeah, I mean, they are all the goddamn same because they all are talking about invading people and they all have the same excuse. They all have the same excuse. They do. They're the ones that compare this, that say this shit is the same. Me, I'm like, goddamn, you know? Me, I'm like, wow, that's interesting. Is it the same? Damn, I didn't know that. I'm surprised. Now you could see, okay, hold on. Now, David, you done answered 3 times, so I'm about to time your ass out. Cause yeah, that was your mistake. You don't have to play games, man. Come on. Only answer once. You know, it's a simple question. Don't have to fill up the chat. You know. Yo, it's a lot of people that agree with Trump, Xi, and Putin and agree that it's okay to invade Ukraine, it's okay to invade Venezuela, and it's okay to invade Taiwan, you know. So now that we established that, let's go on.
Of our tactics, techniques, and procedures, there is always a chance that we'll be tasked to do this type of mission again. Our interagency work began months ago and built on decades of experience of integrating complex air, ground, space, and maritime operations. While the past 2 decades have honed the skills of our special operations forces.
Why is he talking about time periods? That he said 2 decades? So that's not Trump. He's talking about beyond Trump. Look at Trump's face when he said that. Trump was like, what the fuck is he doing? Hold on. Let me see here. Let me get that up. That's interesting how his face just changed as soon as he said that word. Let me get this back on Trump's face real quick, because that's really the most important part. Trump's face. Let's see here.
There is always a chance that the United States military could undertake. What I'd like to do this morning is talk to you through some of the preparation and the details without compromising any of our tactics, techniques, and since Nicolas and Cecilia Maduro. This operation, known as Operation Absolute Resolve, was discreet, precise, and conducted during the darkest hours of January 2nd and was the culmination of months of planning and rehearsal, an operation that, frankly, only the United States military could undertake. What I'd like to do this morning is talk to you through some of the preparation and the details without compromising any of our tactics, techniques, and procedures. There is always a chance that we'll be tasked to do this type of mission again. Our interagency work began months ago and built on decades of experience of integrating complex air, ground, space, and maritime operations. While the past 2 decades have honed the skills of our special operations forces, this particular mission required every component of our joint force, with soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians working in unison with our intelligence agency partners and law enforcement teammates in an unprecedented operation. We leveraged our unmatched intelligence capabilities and our years of experience in hunting terrorists. And we could not have done this mission without the incredible work by various intelligence agencies, including the CIA, NSA, and NGA. We watched, we waited, we prepared, we remained patient and professional. This mission was meticulously planned, drawing lessons from decades of missions over the last many years, many missions over these last many years. This was an audacious operation that only the United States could do. It required the utmost of precision and integration within our joint force. And the word integration does not explain the sheer complexity of such a mission.
Trump
An
is
extraction
falling asleep, standing up. That's a great observation right there. Indeed.
so precise it involved more than 150 aircraft launching across the Western Hemisphere in close coordination.
Sleepy Trump.
All coming together in time and place to layer effects for a single purpose, to get an...
Trump is not going to last. I'm telling you, he's about to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell, and he's about to step down. And right now, they're bitching about who's going to be president, and that's the problem. Like I said this the other day, nobody else wants. Peter Thiel obviously wants Vance to be the president, but it's a lot of other people in Trump's cabinet that don't want Vance. You see what I mean? And so they all know that this dude is sick. That's my guess. They all can see it. It's apparent. You know what I mean? Look at his eyes. He can't even keep his fucking eyes open. The guy is like, he's getting injections. It appears like he's getting injections in his hands every fucking day. This dude must be getting some kind of blood and transfusion or something every day. I don't know what it is. He's getting injections every day. I mean, if you ever worked in the health field, you know what it looks like when somebody has to be injected or, with things. So, it's typical. But yeah, it appears that way. Maybe it's not, because I don't know. I wasn't there. I wasn't there. I don't have the photograph. But Trump don't have weeks left. I believe this is it. It's coming very, very soon, and I did kind of pick the end of the year and the beginning of the year, like something, this guy ain't going to last too much longer. So I initially thought it would be over faster, but then, right around now, I think it's coming. He's not doing well. And these people want control. And, J.D. Vance wants to be the president. That's for sure. He wants to be the president. He's out there talking about it. And but not everybody wants him to be president. So somebody else wants to be president. And they know that the ship is going down, and that's what the problem is. Like, J.D. Vance is not going to cut it in 2028, So, yeah.
Interdiction force into downtown Caracas while maintaining the element of tactical surprise. Failure of one component of this well-oiled machine would have endangered the entire mission, and failure is never an option for America's joint force. Those in the air over Caracas last night were willing to give their lives for those on the ground and in the helicopters. Let me talk a little bit about the preparation. After months of work by our intelligence teammates to find Maduro and understand how he moved, where he lived, where he traveled, what he ate, what he wore, what were his pets, in early December, our force was set pending a series of aligned events. Key was choosing the right day to minimize the potential for civilian harm and maximize the element of surprise and minimize the harm to the indicted personnel so, as the president said, they could be brought to justice. And as the president said earlier today, weather in Venezuela is always a factor this time of the year.
Y'all,
and
check
over
this out.
the weeks through Christmas and New Year's.
Oh my God! Look at this! Look at this! I want y'all to see what I'm looking at right here. You see this comment right here? You see this? Joined February 18th, 2025. This account is 1 year old. 1 year old. This account is 1 year old. Roger P. Mai. What country are you from, Roger? Are you from the U.S.? What state do you live in? What city do you live in? Who's your healthcare provider? I'm really like, because look, so he wrote up here earlier. This shit is funny. He was like, Trump is really working for other people. Is that the same dude that wrote this shit? I don't know. I'm like, anyway, y'all. I'm sorry. I just had to talk about that for a second. But
the men and women of the United States military sat ready, patiently waiting for the right triggers to be met and the president to order us into action. Last night, the weather broke just enough, clearing a path that only the most skilled aviators in the world could maneuver through. Ocean, mountain, low cloud ceilings. But when tasked with a mission, this organization does not quit.
Okay, let me see who else. Let me see if anybody else is up here. 2 seconds. Let's see here. Let's see who's here. Yeah, I'm curious. I like to check. And yeah, here you go. Look at this. This 2 year. Okay. So let me know, user, SH, what state do you live in and who is your healthcare provider? SH. I'm just curious. I like to qualify people. You know, when I see the comments and they seem interesting, I like to know that because it gives me a way to kind of qualify their statements. You see what I mean? Yeah, exactly. So keep going. Just let me know. Yo, folks in the chat in general, let me know, including the people I ask directly. Let me know what state you in and your healthcare provider. It's just a way to qualify some of the statements, you know. There you go.
At 10:46 p.m. Eastern time last night, the president ordered the United States military to move forward with this mission. He said to us, and we appreciate it, Mr. President, good luck and Godspeed. And those words were transmitted to the entire joint force. Over the course of the night, aircraft began launching from 20 different bases on land and sea across the Western Hemisphere. In total, more than 150 aircraft.
Yeah, it's a lot of trolls and, you know, paid trolls and bots and stuff like that. So bots can't really, you know, trolls have a harder time answering those questions, but also they don't want to. That's the whole goal. They want people to see their comments as being valid, but then they don't want to prove that they're really like, you know, a voice you can count on. You see what I mean? And to actually believe a statement, I have to kind of have an idea of who's saying it. You see what I mean? Like, for example, you could be very pro-Trump and be Russian, and I would be like, damn, okay, that would be great to know because you seem to talk like you know a lot about the U.S., but you're not even American. So it would be good to know. So everybody, let me know what state, what country you're in, and what state or city you're in, right? I'm curious about that. I just want to pause here and see. Because it could be a lot of trolls, so I'm about to block some. So let's see, just to make the experience better. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna do something else. I'm gonna put it in subscriber mode. All right, that's better, folks. In 2 seconds, I'm gonna go into subscriber mode. So if you want to stay in the chat, subscribe to the channel, and and that will allow you to be in the chat. Okay, I'm gonna put the subscriber mode. It's gonna chill out some of the bots. Sorry about that confusion, because I really do like to go back and look at some of the data that's collected in the chat, some of the views and things like that, and use it. And when there's a lot of bots and trolls, then it makes that one complex thing even more complex. You see what I mean? So the least we can do is have real, you know, people that are real voices, and then we can get to the rest of it. So let me see here. Let me just go. Is it here? Advanced set? No, it's not there. 2 seconds. I'm just going to straighten this out real quick, and then let it play some more here. Let's see how. Okay, here we go. Boom. Right here. All right, so I'm going to put it in subscriber mode. If you're not in subscriber mode, then you're going to have to subscribe, and it's going to take you 1 minute to get back in the chat. Right about now. So let's see how many people have subscribed and who haven't subscribed. All right, so there you go. Now let's continue.
Bombers, fighters, intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, rotary wing were in the air last night. Thousands and thousands of hours of experience were airborne. Our youngest crew member was 20, and our oldest crew member was 49. And there's simply no match for American military might. You see that the bots, they don't really have the ability, you know, to actually subscribe. That's one thing, you know, that's so funny, right? You see that? As the night began, the helicopters took off with the extraction force, which included law enforcement officers, and began their flight into Venezuela at 100 feet above the water. As they approached Venezuela.
Now, I don't mind dissent or I don't mind disagreement, but I want it to be genuine people. You know, I want it to be genuine. So.
Shores, the United States began layering different effects provided by Spacecom, Cybercom, and other members of the interagency to create a pathway. Overhead, those forces were protected by aircraft from the United States Marines, the United States Navy, the United States Air Force, and the Air National Guard. The force included F-22s, F-35s, F-18s, EA-18s, E-2s, B-1 bombers, and other support aircraft, as well as numerous remotely piloted drones. As the force began to approach Caracas, the Joint Air Component began dismantling and disabling the air defense systems in Venezuela, employing weapons to ensure the safe passage of the helicopters into the target area. The goal of our air component was, and always will be to protect the helicopters and the ground force and get them to the target and get them home. As the force crossed the last point of high terrain where they'd been hiding in the clutter, we assessed that we had maintained totally the element of surprise. As the helicopter force ingressed towards the objective at low level, we arrived at Maduro's compound at 1:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 2:01 a.m. Caracas local time, and the apprehension force descended into Maduro's compound and moved with speed, precision, and discipline towards their objective and isolated the area to ensure the...
Yeah, what's the exit plan? Any exit plan, y'all? And thank you for that question. Exactly, Donald. You know, what is the exit plan, Donald Williams? I mean, MAGA don't need no exit plan. Yo, they don't give a fuck. Like I told you before, they're just one half is like started to be like, yo, Trump is, what the fuck is up with Trump? He's not America first. He didn't keep his promise with a lot of things. And the other half is like, we are following Trump no matter what. Trump could go to war. He could invade China and they would be with him. He could invade the EU and they would be with him. He could Trump could tell the military to start killing American citizens and they would be with him. Like straight up. There is no line. There's no line with them, you know.
Safety and security of the ground force while apprehending the indicted persons. On arrival into the target area, the helicopters came under fire.
Yo, for the record, y'all, I just saw a video of a guy at the hospital in the U.S. with his wife on camera where he was arguing with the people and they were about to throw him out because he was so angry in the emergency room. They literally were about to throw him out. They were throwing him out. He was angry because they wouldn't accept his wife in an emergency situation because she didn't have her ID. She was African American. It's an African American couple. And this man had to go all the way back to his crib, I believe, and get the ID before they would check her. And in that time, when he got back, he was just trying to find out if she was all right, and they wouldn't tell her. You know, he wanted to know, like, here's the ID, you know, because he had to come back to give the ID before they would accept her, yo. And listen, so Americans are okay with that. You have to understand that MAGA people are okay with that. That's what's happening right now in the U.S. And MAGA people are okay with that. American citizens not being admitted to the emergency room because they cannot show ID in an emergency. We're talking about emergency. Emergency care being refused until you can prove who you are. They are for that. They are for that. I'm not for that. I'm American. I live in Denmark, man. I'm an American citizen, but I live in Denmark. We have universal health care here. I'm not okay with that. But enough Americans in the electoral, as somebody so kindly pointed out, enough of them to get their way in the electoral have decided that with the big, beautiful, ugly bill. You see?
and they replied with that fire with overwhelming force in self-defense. One of our aircraft was hit but remained flyable, and as the president said earlier today, all of our aircraft came home, and that aircraft remained flyable during the rest of the mission. As the operation unfolded at the compound, our air and ground intelligence teams provided real-time updates to the ground force, ensuring those forces could safely navigate the complex environment without unnecessary risk. The force remained protected by overhead tactical aviation. Maduro and his wife, both indicted, gave up and were taken into custody by the Department of Justice, assisted by our incredible U.S. military with professionalism and precision, with no loss of U.S. life. After securing the indicted persons, the force began to prep for departure. Helicopters were called in to exfiltrate the extraction force, while fighter aircraft and remotely piloted aircraft provided overhead coverage and suppressive fire. There were multiple self-defense engagements as the force began to withdraw out of Venezuela. The force successfully exfiltrated and returned to their afloat launch bases, and the force was over the water at 3:29 a.m. Eastern Standard Time with indicted persons on board. And both Maduro and his wife were embarked aboard the USS Iwo Jima. In closing, what we've witnessed today is a powerful demonstration of America's joint force. We think, we develop, we train, we rehearse, we debrief, we rehearse again and again, not to get it right, but to ensure that we cannot get it wrong. Our jobs are to integrate combat power so when the order comes, we can deliver overwhelming force at the time and the place of our choosing.
I mean, this is this is a lot of stuff. I'm gonna get through some more news on this because I'm just gonna check this Venezuela thing out to see if there's been any updates, right? But I want y'all to hear something. It's a man at a hospital right here in the U.S. Let me turn it up. So like I said, now this man, he just explained, and everybody just heard it, that they would not accept his wife at the emergency room because she didn't have ID. Yeah, that's what you heard from an American citizen. And you may not like his language. Of course, I don't like his language. I don't like his language. Anything else problematic there? Anybody hear anything else problematic? You know, because I heard something else problematic. I heard that the man's wife, an American citizen, was not admitted into the emergency room. That's what I heard. Because they didn't have her ID on them. That's what I heard. I don't know what you know. Now, I don't like the things that maybe all the things that he said or the way he chose to express himself fully, but that's not my choice. But it was their choice to accept her in the hospital in the emergency room without identification. It was their choice. And one thing happened before. The first thing that happened is they refused to accept her in the hospital as an American citizen without her identification during an emergency. That's what happened first. That was the first wrong committed against an American citizen. So you could skip over that part and talk about anything else after that. Feel free. I'm sure a lot of you will, right? Because that's just how you live your life until it catches up to you. But yeah, that's what I heard. So yeah, I'm sure that's fine with a lot of people. No problem. Just don't let American citizens in the emergency room until they have the ID. Hey, that's how it is. I don't live in the U.S. as an American citizen. I live in Denmark. Everyone that sets foot on this soil gets emergency care immediately. Even American citizens that happen to show up
against any foe anywhere in the world. I am immensely proud today of our joint force and filled with gratitude to represent them here today.
I understand exactly why he's doing it. I'm not even, to me, I don't know what I would do. Tell me, what would you do when they refuse your wife or your spouse or your kid? That's a good question. Everybody in the chat, let's talk about that. What would you do if they refuse you, your wife? Well, not you, because if they refuse you, you wouldn't be able to do shit about it in an emergency because you wouldn't be able to do anything. But if they happen to your spouse, your children, your parents, a loved one, a friend, a dear friend, what would you do in that situation if they refuse to let that person in the hospital get emergency care because they didn't have an ID on them? Tell me, what would you do? Let me listen. What should you do? I want to hear all the good ideas. Yeah, Donnie, you say you go. I want to hear all the good ideas from all the people. How about that? I won't even say Trump, the MAGAs, or the Democrats. I'll just say the people. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? What the fuck? Yeah, because it's in a life or death situation. That would be where you would go the fuck off. I would go the fuck off. You're absolutely right. In a life or death situation, my adrenaline is going to be through the fucking roof. Through the fucking roof. Like, God damn. You saw, look, somebody said, look, I don't get you, T-Baby. You heard them refuse the man. T-Baby just said they can't refuse you. This dude is full of shit. Let's watch it again. T-Baby is a motherfucking dumbass. You know what I'm saying? Like, T-Baby, stop being a troll, you stupid asshole. Everyone heard that video. That was a hard video to listen to. I don't want to play it again. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna tell you, the bottom line is, T baby, what would you do? That's not the question. Is not if it's true or not. The question is, if it happened to you, what would you do? Answer that question. T baby ain't a U.S. citizen, yo. That's my view on it. T baby's not a U.S. citizen. This is just some troll, somebody in here trolling. T baby doesn't want to answer that question. Yeah, but everybody else saw the video, and it actually did happen. I know I'm an American born and raised in Washington, D.C., so I moved outside of the U.S. when I was 30. So, I know Americans. You see what I mean? I know what an American sounds like in a troubled situation. You see what I mean? I know the English American vernacular. I know this man's ethnicity. I recognize how he speaks. You see what I'm saying? I recognize the sincerity in his voice, how he sounds. You see what I mean? So I recognize that as being a very real situation that actually happened on videotape, and that every participant was a real individual, acting out their actual experience, life experience for real. You see what I'm saying? Now, T-Baby may not think that was real. You know what I'm saying? That makes me think T-Baby is not American. Like straight up, because that was, to me, that was a real one. You see what I mean? But in any case, let's go on. T-Baby doesn't want to say what he would do if that happened to him. Everybody, what would you do in that situation? You would hope for the best? Okay, I saw that, Dakota. I would hope for my best friend was there to talk calmly. Okay, well, that's good. That's good, but that wasn't good enough. So sorry for that. You wouldn't be admitted into that room, that hospital, because they weren't letting anybody in without ID. Okay? So now that you know that, so your friend would be dead, or you would be dead in that situation. No, but did you hear? Listen, okay, so people want to be stupid. If you heard the video, did you hear the video? Did everybody hear the video? Okay. What he said is that they would not let her in until he came back with ID. And he was simply trying to get in to ask, did the person get his ID? He wanted to know if his wife was being treated. That's what happened in front of your face. That's what happened in the video. And the man was not told. Okay? He was told to leave. Okay? So, that was his problem, that they would not tell him if his wife was being treated, if they had actually gotten the ID that he went away to get before they treated her. Okay? Listen, if you calling this man a liar, you only calling yourself a liar in that situation. That's all I'm saying. Like, you don't believe him, then fuck it. Why should they believe you?
Okay. There is simply no mission too difficult for these incredible.
Anyway, we heard this dude. Trump is like really going at it, but let's hear some questions here. This is they really talking this mission up, and it's fine, I guess, if you're into these points that they're doing, how good the military acted. To me, I'm just like, what's the game plan? I haven't heard no game plan. I heard a loose plan. We're going to take care of Venezuela. We're going to run Venezuela. That's what I heard.
By the European Union and
let's see here.
Maduro was indicted.
Have much commitment to our nation.
Here we go.
Well, I don't have much to add to what you've heard now, other than the following points. Nicolas Maduro was indicted in 2020 in the United States. He is not the legitimate president of Venezuela. That's not just us saying it. The first Trump administration, the Biden administration, the second Trump administration, none of those three recognized him. He's not recognized by the European Union and multiple countries around the world. He is a fugitive of American justice with a $50 million reward, which I guess we saved $50 million. And
make sure.
Yeah, exactly. But
don't let anybody claim it. Nobody deserves it but us.
But I want to be clear about one thing. Nicolas Maduro had multiple opportunities to avoid this. He was provided multiple very, very, very generous offers and chose instead to act like a wild man, chose instead to play around. And the result is what we saw tonight. The other message here is the following. You have a guy, like many people around the world, they like to play games. You have a guy who decides he's going to invite Iran into his country, is going to, do the confiscation of American oil companies, is going to flood our country with gang members, is going to take Americans prisoner and try to hold them for hostage and trade them like he was able to do with the Biden administration. Basically likes to play games all this time and thinks nothing's going to happen. And I hope what people now understand is that we have a president. The 47th president of the United States is not a game player. When he tells you that he's going to do something, when tells you he's going to address a problem, he means it. He actions it. I can tell you, I've watched this process now for 14, 15 years, been around it. Everybody talks. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do
this guy. He's just, okay, this is Mark Rubio. So this is him. I guess this is him trying to convince Trump to let him be to let him be the next president. That's what it sounds like to me. He's really fighting for that position. As I said, the cat fight between him, J.D. Vance, and whoever else is involved. Trying
to play big boy.
These two don't like each other, by the way, in case people don't know.
And so now, he's got other sets of problems on his hands. And but I think the message here should be for the world. Look, the president doesn't go out looking for people to pick fights with. He's not generally wants to get along with everybody. We'll talk and meet with anybody. But don't play
like Debo did
games. Don't play games with this president's in office because
give me your chain.
It's not going to turn out well. And so
I want to get along with you. Give me your chain.
I guess that lesson was learned last night, and we hope it'll be instructive moving forward.
Is that a message for Cuba, Mr. President?
Mr. President, Mr. President,
Mr. President,
you said that the U.S. is going to run Venezuela. So who's in power right now?
Well, we're going to be running it with a group, and we're going to make sure it's run properly. We're going to rebuild the oil infrastructure, which will cost billions of dollars. It'll be paid for by the oil companies directly. They will be reimbursed for what they're doing, but it's going to be paid. And we're going to get the oil flowing the way it should be. As you know, it was just a minor flow. It was actually a minor flow for what they have. But we're going to run it properly, and we're going to make sure the people of Venezuela are taken care of. We're going to make sure the people that were forced out of Venezuela by this thug are also taken care of.
Mr. President, does the U.S. running the country mean that U.S. troops will be on the ground? How will that work?
Well, they always say boots on the ground. So we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it, but we're going to make sure that that country is run properly. We're not doing this in vain. This is a very dangerous attack. This is an attack that could have gone very, very badly. Could have gone very badly. We could have lost a lot of people last night. We could have lost a lot of dignity. We could have lost a lot of equipment. The equipment is less important, but we could have lost a lot. And we're going to make sure that this is proper. We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the country right. It's going to be run very judiciously, very fairly. It's going to make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people. We're going to reimburse people that were taken advantage of.
You hear that? You hear that, MAGA people? He's going to reimburse people that were taken advantage of. Is he talking about you? This is what you saw right there in this action was a socialist project. It was the United States government, strongest military on earth, as they say, or the most capable, 100% paid for by the United States taxpayers. Go in there and do this, and now they're going to reimburse other people. They're going to he ain't even thinking about reimbursing you, the taxpayer. He's not even thinking about it. Why? Because the American citizens never asked for shit for their taxes. Like the way that the government talks to them, the congressional members, it's almost like you're the beggars.
Judiciously, very fairly. It's going to make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people. We're going to reimburse.
You see this? He's going to give money to the people. They're going to reimburse people, but it's going to be your money. He's doing it with. And they do it. And look, by the way, you can't expect to get no health care with your tax dollars. You can't expect. You can't expect to get higher education for an affordable rate, something, that actually works. You can't expect that. No. You don't get a free ride. But, you know, you heard it yourself. You heard it yourself. This is what he's saying. I'm not making it up. I didn't know he was going to say this. When I put it on, I'm only covering it. I only do live reactions when I see the information. I don't know a lot about it. You know, I might dig up a lot. But yeah, this right here, I hadn't heard him say. But that's exactly what he said. He's going to reimburse some people. He's not talking about the American people. He's not talking about taxpayers. He's not talking about none of y'all. Nothing.
We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the country right. It's going to be run very judiciously, very fairly.
It's going to be run like his company.
It's going to make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people. We're going to reimburse people that were taken advantage of. We're going to take.
Wow. But he ain't going to reimburse American citizens.
Take care of everybody. It's very important. We couldn't let them get away with it. You know, they stole our oil. We built that whole industry there. And
they built that whole industry there. We built that whole industry there. Who's we? Who's the we?
They just took it over like we were nothing. And we had
who is the we?
A president that decided not to do anything about it. So
oh, right. Trump is going into Biden mode now. Biden lives in his head, by the way, in case you didn't know. He had to do that. That's a guaranteed thing in every speech. You know, any major foreign policy speech, Biden is living in the head of Trump and is going to come out at any moment. Here, let's hear it again.
Oil. We built that whole industry there, and they just took it over like we were nothing. And we built that whole industry there.
We built it.
And they just took it over like we were nothing. And we had a president that decided not to do anything about it.
Who was that, Biden?
And they just took it over like we were nothing. And we had a president that decided not to do anything about it. And they just took it over like we were nothing. And we had a president that decided not to do anything about it.
Yep. He's talking about good old Biden, Sleepy Joe.
So we did something about
it. Look, he's you ever heard all publicity is good publicity? This motherfucker can't keep Biden out of his mouth.
We're late, but we did something about it. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, will you explain the exact mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a U.S. official to coordinate?
Yes, it's all being done right.
Look, it's slipping out. Listen to this. Listen to this shit. Trump, it's like he's a real narcissist because after he's been talking for 5 minutes, it's almost like a drug kicks into his vein, an exaggeration, just like it's something that just starts where everything is possible. Everything is being done. Any question they ask him, he's like, everything's being done. It's all ours. We used to have everything. Listen to how his speech changed. Just now, all of a sudden right here, it's like must be the dope is kicking in. Listen
industry
to this.
There. And they just took it over like we were nothing. And we had a president that decided not to do anything about it.
Right about the Biden part. Right about the Biden period. It's like the dope is kicking in his veins deep. Look at this. He's about to go in right now. I could tell.
And they just took it over like we were nothing. And we had a president that decided not to do anything about it. So we did something about it. We're late, but we did something about it. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, will you explain the exact mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a U.S. official to coordinate?
Yes, it's all being done right now. We're designating people. We're talking.
Are you listening, MAGA? It's all being done right now. Yes, they're designating people. He's breaking it down. He's breaking it down. It's your tax dollar paying for this. This is your dollar. Every day you go to work, this is your life.
President, will you explain the exact mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a U.S. official to coordinate?
Yes, it's all being done right now. We're designating people. We're talking to people. We're designating various people, and we're going to let you know who those people are.
That would run Venezuela?
Well, it's largely going to be for a period of time. The people that are standing right behind me. We're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back. It's a dead, I talk about a dead.
He's talking about his cabinet. Damn. Talk about we just used the American tax dollar to steal someone's fucking oil, to give to Marco Rubio, to give to the cabinet members. Who's he talking about? Howard Lutnick? Who else is at this meeting? I mean, literally, he's spilling all the beans.
Country. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're to be, for a period of time, the people that are standing right behind me. We're going to be running it for a period.
That would run Venezuela.
Well, it's largely going to be for a period of time, the people that are standing right behind me. We're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back. It's a dead, I talk about a dead country. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world.
You got to see Marco Rubio's face when he said this. This is wild. Let me pull it over. I'm sorry. Y'all didn't see his face. He was Marco Rubio. Let's see here.
Going to be for a period of time, the people that are standing right behind me. We're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back. It's a dead, I talk about it.
Marco Rubio looked like he's saying, damn, that's a first. I didn't hear that before.
Dead country. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're a country doing better than any country anywhere in the world. And it required leadership. Venezuela has a lot of bad people in there, a lot of bad people that shouldn't be leading. We're not going to take a chance at one of those people.
Wow. A lot of bad people. A lot of bad people that shouldn't be leading. I wonder what that means. Does he mean different political parties? What does he mean by that? A lot of bad people. This is why it's just I just don't see it working out. I actually see it maybe not working out for the opposition, because it just seems like this guy Trump has a way of turning people against each other. You know what I mean? Making enemies out of people, like making people fight. And like if you want to work with him, you have to do everything he says, right? You're not in on the planning. What you think doesn't matter. And that's going to mean that the party that gets power after Trump is going to look bad politically. Like they're going to look bad. You see what I mean? Just because of the way that Trump went about it. And even this speech, he's letting you know that it's the people behind. He ain't even start talking about the opposition party who he thinks ran the election. Like he's already talking about he going to get the oil. Him and the people behind him are going to control the country. This is fucking crazy. Like whatever happened to the people that won the election, that everybody says won the election? Like he's not even talking about them. He ain't talking about them at all. Nothing about them.
It's largely going to be.
Look, that's crazy.
Are you going to designate a U.S. official to coordinate?
Yes, it's all being done right now. We're designating people. We're talking to people. We're designating various people, and we're going to let you know who those people are.
That would run Venezuela.
Well, it's largely going.
You hear that? What is the group that's going to run Venezuela? Listen to this. He didn't even say the opposition leader.
Designating people. We're talking to people. We're designating various people, and we're going to let you know who those people are.
That would run Venezuela.
Well, it's largely going to be for a period of time, the people that are standing right behind me. We're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back. It's a dead, I talk about a dead country. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're a country doing better than any country anywhere in the world. And I
don't know what that has to do with the question. Like, what the fuck does that have to do with the question that was just asked him?
We're going to be bringing it. Designating various people, and we're going to let you know who those people are.
That would run Venezuela.
Well, it's largely going to be for a period of time, the people that are standing right behind me. We're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back. It's a dead, I talk about a dead country. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the.
Yeah, he just flipped the script. Like, what the hell? He just went from one. He stopped mid-answer.
Right behind me. We're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back. It's a dead, I talk about a dead country. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're a country doing better than any country anywhere in the world.
The U.S. dollar has gone down 10 points since Trump has come into office, y'all. Just so you know. Let's play this a little bit more. Watch this.
We're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back. It's a dead, I talk about a dead country. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're a country doing better than any country anywhere in the world. And it required leadership.
Look at this. Check this out. Okay. He said that the country 6 months ago was, or the country now is the hottest in the world. 6 months ago, it was dead, right? Or something like that. That's what Trump says, right? But here is, let me see here. Here is the actual. Oh, okay. Let me make it smaller. Sorry. Here's the actual dollar, US dollar right here, right? And let's say we go into it for a year, right? This is what it looks like for a year. Can y'all even see this? Hold on. Let me see something. Can I make this go over there a little bit more? Right. Well, can y'all see this? November 23rd. Okay, you can't see the whole thing. Let me see here. There it is. Check this out. So now you'll be able to see it. This is the US dollar right here. Let's make this bigger. This is the US dollar for a whole year. Let me bring it down. Y'all can't see, so let me take my camera off. This is the US dollar now. You can see that. You see? So where it starts, let me take that off the screen. Where it starts right here, you see? Over here. You can see what date this is, right? On the screen. November, June, you see? So this is January. You see that where I am? This is January. This is where Trump came into office. You see, it's all the way. I can't even. Can I show you what that looks like? Hold on. How come you can't see? I know what I'll do. I'll go like this. Then I'll go like, right. You can see that too. You see here? April 2023. Let's see. Okay, but let me bring it back down to a year. Now, can you see it now? Can you see it now? Here it is. Now you can see it. Okay, I'm going to make it smaller. Now you'll be able to see the whole thing. Sorry about that. It just took me a second. Now, you see this, right? Now, here, around in this area, this is January 16th. This is 4 days before Trump came into power. And ever since then, it's been fucking going down. Now where it's at right now, it has lost 10 points. 6.5, 7, you see it's in the middle here, maybe 9 points where it's at now, something like that. So this is the US dollar compared to the Danish crown. So that's how much the dollar has weakened compared to the Danish crown. Right? Straight up. That's what that is. And here, let's just say this. Right. Yeah, you could take that. You could compare that to any dollar. Let's see here. Let's compare that to the euro. Boom, right? Because that's the next major competitor, right? You see? This is January. No, this is December. Let me put it a year. You see that? It's the same thing. This is January here, all the way up here, and it's dropped all the way to here. I mean, that's not a good, I don't know what the hell Trump is talking about, but he's talking about the country is hot. The country is hot, right? And he always likes to say that. But, but the numbers aren't working out. The numbers aren't working out for the country. Maybe it's working out for him personally, but it's not working out for the country.
The people that are standing right behind me, we're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back. It's a dead, I talk about a dead country. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're a country doing better than any country anywhere in the world. And it required leadership. Venezuela has a lot of bad people in there, a lot of bad people that shouldn't be leading. We're not going to take a chance that one of those people take over for Maduro. So you can look at, and others, we have fantastic people, including people in the military. So we're going to have a group of people running it until such time as it can be put back on track, make a lot of money for the people, and give people a great way of life, and also reimbursement for people in our country that were forced out of Venezuela.
Rubio would be. You said earlier today that you weren't going to back Machado to come back and be the opposition leader in your Fox and Friends interview. And then you also mentioned the vice president of Venezuela. Are you going to work with the vice president of Venezuela, or how do you foresee the relationship
Well,
going?
I understand she was just sworn in, but she was, as you know, picked by Maduro. So Marco's working on that directly.
But you heard that. He said he's not going to work with the opposition leader.
Later in your
people and give people a great way of life, and also reimbursement for people in our country that were forced out of Venezuela.
Rubio would be. You said earlier today that you weren't going to back Machado to come back and be the opposition leader in your Fox and Friends interview. And then you also mentioned the vice president of Venezuela. Are you going to work with the vice president of Venezuela, or how?
So how are you not going to work with the opposition leader when they're the ones that the international community says won the election? So, I mean, that's what Marco Rubio started off talking about. He started talking about the UN, the EU, and everybody agrees that Machado was the one who won the election. And now what is T-Baby talking about? Why are you so upset? Listen, I don't know if you're listening to what's actually being said, but do I sound upset? It's not my personal life. You know what I mean? I'm not upset about this, but I think it is kind of, it's doesn't make any sense. It's not adding up what they're saying. If you just listen to what they're saying without being pro-Trump, you might hear that there's some contradictions in his speech. And, one of the things Marco Rubio opened up in saying, and he only spoke briefly, so you should remember, one of the key things that he said was that the international community, the EU, was actually, for this. He made it sound like they're for this change because he's not the rightful president. It's Machado. If he's not the rightful president, then there can only be one other person. That's who the international community is saying the opposition leader is the one, the one who rightfully won the election. So what the fuck? Like, come on. Anyway, let's continue. I guess this person doesn't want to engage what Trump is actually saying in my reaction. Okay, How
do you foresee the relationship
Well,
going?
I understand she was just sworn in, but she was, as you know, picked by Maduro. So Marco's working on that directly. He just had a conversation with her, and she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again. Very simple.
Look, he's to talk about bypassing, totally bypassing the opposition leader. That's crazy. That is crazy, man. I'm sorry, but this is going to be interesting on the international stage, to see what other people think about this. But
Mr. President, Colombian President Gustavo Petro, a couple weeks ago, he said he's got to watch his ass. And today he said he's not concerned about anything happening to him in the aftermath of this operation. So just what your message is about that.
Well, he has cocaine mills. He has factories where he makes cocaine. And I think I stick by my first statement. He's making cocaine. They're sending it into the United States. So he does have to watch his ass.
Mr. President, did you notify any members of Congress in advance?
Marco, do you want to talk about that? Because you were involved in it.
Sure. We call members of Congress immediately after. This was not the kind of mission that you can do congressional notification on. It was a trigger-based mission in which conditions had to be met night after night. We watched and monitored that for a number of days. So it's just simply not the kind of mission you can call people and say, hey, we may do this at some point in the next 15 days. But it's largely a law enforcement function. Remember, at the end of the day, at its core, this was an arrest of 2 indicted fugitives of American justice, and the Department of War supported the Department of Justice in that job. Now, there are broader policy implications here, but it's just not the kind of mission that you can pre-notify because it endangers the mission.
Plus, if I could add one thing to that, Congress.
All right, look, I'm going to bring this back right here. Look at what Rubio said.
He is not the legitimate president of Venezuela. That's not just us saying it. The first Trump administration, the Biden administration, the second Trump administration, none of those three recognized him. He's not recognized by the European Union and multiple countries around the world. He is a fugitive of American justice with a $50 million legitimate president. Well, I don't have much to add to what you've heard now, other than the following points. Nicolas Maduro was indicted in 2020 in the United States. He is not the legitimate president of Venezuela. That's not just us saying it. The first Trump administration, the Biden administration, the second Trump administration, none of those three recognized him. He's not recognized by the...
So who are they saying is the legitimate president then? There's only one person anyone is saying is the legitimate president. You see? So you can't say he's not the legitimate president and then not work with the one who is the legitimate president. What the hell is up with that? And you can see this is basically taking oil. Now look at this. 1 second. Let me pull up one question here. I want to make sure I get this right. I want to find out what country. Let me see here. I want to find out what country the leader of the legitimate president is located. Okay, look. Now, widely recognized by the Venezuelan opposition, the United States and many democratic nations as the legitimate winner of the 2024 elections. That would be Arusha. But hold on. I thought it was a woman, man. Is this her name? Is this her name? Let me see. Okay. Let me see in the chat. Who was that? Is that the person? Is that the name of the person? Of the president? Let me see. Let me put this. Let me play this. This is interesting. I thought it was another person. Am I getting confused about this? I thought it was a woman, by the way. So let me see. Let me play this back. See if y'all can hear it.
As of January 2026, the question of who is the legitimate president of Venezuela is at the center of a major international crisis, following the dramatic removal of Nicolas Maduro by U.S. forces. Depending on which leader you consider legitimate, they are currently in the following locations. 1. Edmundo González Urrutia. Status: widely recognized by the Venezuelan opposition, the United States, and many democratic nations as the legitimate winner of the 2024 presidential election. Location: Spain. Context: González has been in exile in Madrid since September 2024. While opposition leaders like Maria Corina Machado have called for him to assume his mandate following recent events, he remains in Spain due to security concerns and the ongoing transition.
Okay, so I
2.
got it.
Nicolas Maduro. Status:
I got it now. I'm sorry. Okay, that's right. So it's actually, she's basically advocating, right? Okay, I got it. For this guy, whose name is what's his name right here? What does it say his name is? Edmundo González Urrutia. Right. That's who they say is the legitimate president. So and Machado, right, was the person who was the woman who was advocating for that. Let me see here. Let me just double check this. Sorry about that. Okay, she is also considered an opposition leader, but from what? Oh, okay. Why she's important? In 2023, she won the opposition primary. Okay. So, okay, I get it. She won the opposition primary by a landslide, over 90%, making her a clear favorite to challenge Maduro. The Maduro government barred her. Right. So this is interesting. I didn't quite realize that it was at play. So now I see. So there's a person that's the legitimate president, and then there's this woman who was barred, right? And then there's Trump not fucking with either one of them. That is crazy. That is crazy. Trump's not messing with either one of them. He just talked his way right around them. That's weird. That's weird as hell. That's weird. Let me see something. So let's get here we go. Mario back up on the set here to make his second statement here. Let's see. Let's just play that back. He's not messing with either one of them.
Paid. And we're going to get the oil flowing the way it should be. As you know, it was just a minor flow. It was actually a minor flow for what they have. But we're going to run it properly, and we're going to make sure the people of Venezuela are taken care of. We're going to make sure the people that were forced out of Venezuela by this thug are also taken care of.
Mr. President, does the U.S. running the country mean that U.S. troops will be on the ground? How will that work?
Well, you know, they always say boots on the ground. Oh, so we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on.
You hear that, MAGA? They're not afraid of boots on the ground. They're not afraid of boots on the ground.
The ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it. But we're going to make sure that that country is run properly. We're not doing this in vain. This is a very dangerous attack. This is an attack that could have gone very, very badly. Could have gone very badly. We could have lost a lot of people last night. We could have lost a lot of dignity. We could have lost a lot of equipment. The equipment is less important, but we could have lost a lot. And we're going to make sure that this is proper. We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the country.
All right, hold on. Sorry about that. This is the place where we came in at. I'm sorry about that. Here it is.
We'll go in and invest billions and billions of dollars and take out money, use that money in Venezuela. And the biggest beneficiary are going to be the people of Venezuela. And also, I can't stress this strongly enough, the people that got thrown out of Venezuela that are now in the United States. And frankly, some want to stay and some probably want to go back. Yeah.
Protect Americans in the country, and were any of the detained Americans?
Well, right now they're very protected because nobody's going to mess with us. They're very protected. The people of, and we let them know that you better not touch one of them.
Are you concerned that bad elements of the Maduro regime will remain in place?
Well, we know who they are. We're on them, and they're acting much differently now than they would have acted 2 days ago. Okay, wait, behind you, please.
Mr. President, why is running a country in South America America first?
Well, I think it is because we want to surround ourselves with good neighbors. We want to surround ourselves with stability. We want to surround ourselves with energy. We have tremendous energy in that country. It's very important that we protect it. We need that for ourselves. We need that for the world. And we want to make sure we can protect it. Yes, sir. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, is there a message here for Cuba and Diaz-Canel?
Well, Cuba is an interesting case. Cuba is, not doing very well right now. That system is not been a very good one for Cuba. The people there have suffered.
This is Cuba. You see this? So this is Cuba next. So he's basically saying he's open for regime change in Cuba also. I mean, yeah. I'm just curious about how far, the U.S. military is going to go with this, but it appears that they're willing to go along. You see what I mean? And, that's what it sounds like to me. Regime change is now legal according to the United States of America. Like it's legal. It happened before and people would say, no, this is not regime change. But Trump basically is saying it is regime change.
For many, many years. And I think Cuba is going to be something we'll end up talking about because Cuba is a failing nation right now, very badly failing nation. And we want to help the people. It's very similar in the sense that we want to help the people in Cuba, but we want to also help the people that were forced out of Cuba. And
He ain't said shit about the American people, though. He didn't even say anything about his voters. You know, nothing that he's doing, he's even connected back to the USA voters. Like, why is this so imperative to USA voters? Is it the oil? But the oil is not what's important, because you're not going to get any of the oil. This is only corporations' oil. American citizens get no benefit from this oil, like straight up, you know. And but you are flipping the bill for the invasion. You're flipping the bill for them to get control over it. It's like, I mean, through your taxes. The U.S. military is 100% paid for by tax dollars, you know, payroll taxes. You see what I mean? Pretty much. And so it's, yeah, it's just, to me, it seems like this is missing very important language, this announcement. Like, and that language is, what do American taxpayers get from this invasion?
Living in this country. Do you want to say something about that, Marco, please?
Well, I mean, I just gave you a statement a few minutes ago about, you know, when the president speaks, you should take him seriously. Suffice it to say, you know, Cuba is a disaster. It's run by incompetent, senile men, and in some cases, not senile, but incompetent nonetheless. It has no economy. It's in total.
He called her who's senile men. What the hell is Trump? What the fuck? Yo, this is so funny. I guess, you know, but they've done this kind of like gaslighting and talking down to people thing the whole time. Now it's like second nature. You know what I'm saying? Like, in other words, they're liable to say anything, you know, no matter what Trump looks like on screen, no matter what, you know, goes on with any of them go on. It's like these are the people that didn't even know there was 5.2 million more Epstein files. They didn't even know that. You know, if you ask them, they do better than everybody all the time. It's a super miraculous miracle administration that, you know, they made everything look so easy and got everything done. They outworked everyone so fast, you know. And then when you hear him call somebody else senile, then you're like, wait a second, that don't sound right. Then you wake up from the spell and you're like, damn, he went too far.
Cuba is a disaster. It's run by incompetent, senile men, and in some cases, not senile, but incompetent nonetheless. It has no economy. It's in total collapse.
Bits,
and by the way,
appreciate
they
you.
were all of the guard.
Everybody thank Bits for the memberships. Yo, listen. Go to the last stream and listen to the last stream once we finish this live, because I think I'm going to put that in membership mode, and there's a couple other in membership mode that you should listen to. But yeah, go for it, y'all. This is crazy. Little Rubio, you know, he talking about senile leaders around the world. We got to go regime change. Got to get the senile leaders out of there, you know.
Guards that help protect Maduro. This is well known. Their whole spy agency, all that were full of Cubans. I mean, it's amazing. This poor.
You hear that? He's saying the whole spy agency was built of Cubans, was composed of Cubans.
You know, they were, you know, all of the guards that say, you know, Cuba is a disaster.
Something about that,
I'm just going to hear that one more time.
Marco, please.
Well, I mean, I just gave you a statement a few minutes ago about, you know, when the president speaks, you should take him seriously. Suffice it to say, you know, Cuba is a disaster. It's run by incompetent, senile men, and in some cases, not senile, but incompetent nonetheless. It has no economy. It's in total collapse. And by the way, you know, they were, you know, all of the guards that help protect Maduro. This is well known. Their whole spy agency, all that were full of Cubans. I mean, it's amazing. This poor island took over Venezuela in some cases. One of the biggest problems the Venezuelans have is they have to declare independence from Cuba that tried to basically colonize it from a security standpoint. So, yeah, look, if I lived in Havana and I was in the government, I'd be concerned, at least a little bit.
You hear him say, look, he used the word colonize. Isn't that, again, it's the gaslighting. It's the gaslighting. That is so strange to hear him use that term. He said colonize. He said the Cubans were colonizing Venezuela. I mean, and look at the context he puts behind it. Listen to this. This is crazy. I'm never hearing. This is like, I don't understand. This is so unacademic. So, how can I say this? So unforeign policy language that he's using. Like,
not senile, but incompetent nonetheless. It has no economy. It's in total collapse. And by the way, they were, all of the guards that helped protect Maduro, this is well known, their whole spy agency, all that were full of Cubans. I mean, it's amazing. This poor island took over Venezuela in some cases. One of the biggest problems the Venezuelans have is they have to declare independence from Cuba that tried to basically colonize it from a security standpoint. So
you see that? Yeah, he's using the word colonize while he's invading a country. While he's colonizing, they're saying that Cuba is the one they need to decolonize from while he's invading. Like, this ain't nothing but gaslighting to the whole world right now. This is gaslighting to the whole world. And I'm not pro Cuban government. You know what I'm saying? I love Cuban people. They're fellow Americans, right? The government is a different thing. And it's not that our government is wonderful at all times either, right? But the people, we got to understand, American people are the people. We are not our governments. We are not our governments. And this government does not represent, 2/3 of the American people. Like, this government was not voted for by 2/3 of the American people, like, flat out. 2/3 of the voters did not vote for Trump. You see what I'm saying? So, it's like we got to look at that across the board, across America, and realize everybody doesn't choose the government or the regime they're under or whatever. And that, our culture is different from our government. You see what I mean? And whatever regime is in charge, so, but this is just this is the weirdest. This is sad. I can only rate the outcome. I can only guess the outcome is going to be as bad as this little presentation they're giving, like just as bad, not any better than this. And this is like C grade presentation. This is like something I would expect from a third world country. Almost. I hate to say it that way, but not to be derogatory or to put others down in that way. But, like, this is lacking any type of confidence on on the international scale. You know what I'm saying? And of course, you won't get far because China, Russia, and the U.S. all have veto power in the UN. But I'm pretty sure most countries agree that this is wrong. I mean, even when Russia thinks this is wrong, I mean, that's going to tell you that, damn, I mean, you know what I'm saying? It would be interesting to know what she would say about this. That would be a question I would ask, like today. And I hope all the media, as a matter of fact, I need to query and see if they actually did that. Asked him that question, if he's spoken about this invasion yet. Let me do that.
So, yeah, look, if I lived in Havana and I was in the government, I'd be concerned, at least a little bit.
Cutting off the oil flow to Cuba from Venezuela?
Well, the president already announced a week ago that anything that's sanctioned oil, it's not going to be allowed to get there. So that's a pre-existing.
Mr. President.
He's trying to get out of
the
here.
The answer is yes. Yes.
Aware of the location of opposition leader Machado, and have you been in contact with her?
No, we haven't. No, we haven't.
Mr. President,
Do you have any hesitations about Machado?
Mr. President, on Monday.
I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect to be the leader.
Wow. You see that? So Trump is now determining among all Venezuelan people who the leader is, and he is not backing up anyone. He is not backing up anyone. Can you believe this? Can you believe this? Trump hasn't backed one Venezuelan. I mean, I'm just saying, is this what MAGA people believe in? Is this what y'all believe in? Do you all believe in this? Is this like how you do things? Is this the proper way to do stuff? Let me know. I mean, I'm hella curious. Myself about this. Like, is this the right thing to do? Is this the right thing to do? Damn, let me get this right. Here we go. Is this the right way to go about it? Is this what we're supposed to be doing? We're supposed to be taking countries out of the control of all all political parties, right? And then deciding among the people who is going to not lead the country or lead the country. I mean, he just got finished saying, see, it's not that he said that he doesn't know. It's that he said that the person who actually did get 90% of the, they said it was the, what did they call it? The initial run, she was disbarred, Machado. So the primary, she got 90% of the primary vote, but she was told by the government that she can't run. So the other guy became the legitimate one. He won over Maduro, right, in the main election. And so, but Trump speaking about her that way when she's the one that has the experience is totally crazy. He shouldn't be determining anything. You know, it should be left up to the Venezuelan people. Like, that's what he's supposed to be saying. He's supposed to be saying Venezuela needs to have a vote. Although, can it be trusted? But then again, you can get international observers. I don't know. I think nothing can be done with Trump. It's just all corrupt. I don't think anyone's going to buy it. It won't bring any confidence to the people, him being involved. You know what I mean? And even an election. But why doesn't he just, there's nothing you could do. This is the whole reason why you don't want to invade countries, because you don't want to be responsible for this. You don't want to be responsible for what to do, And this guy is like, yeah, he's done it. It's too late to say don't do it. Now that he's done it, now he's promised to run Venezuela with U.S. tax dollars. He's decided he's going to appoint people to all of this, and he said the oil was his, basically the U.S.'s oil. I mean, how is this going to turn out good? How's this going to turn out good? I don't know.
Possible that the U.S. ends up administrating Venezuela for years,
Well, it won't cost us anything because the money coming out of the ground is very substantial, so it's not going to cost us anything. We will.
This is the same scam. Listen, he said this a million times, the same thing. It's not going to cost the American people anything. That's his key thing. Watch. He is going to use funds to pay for this shit. And he's going to describe it as a sale. Like, the U.S. is getting oil, but who is the oil going to? It's not going to the taxpayer. Like, that's crazy. But you're paying for Marco Rubio to go to work every day, to be a part of this. You're paying yourself, the military, to take it. Like, the U.S. taxpayers have paid for this action, and the idea that it's going to be paid for by oil, what does that mean? Like, does that mean we're going to give them money, they're going to give us oil? And who's going to benefit from us getting oil? Like, how do U.S. taxpayers benefit by them giving us oil? How is that? How does the American people benefit? Or is that American corporation that benefits? I mean, it seems pretty obvious.
Well, we want safety there. We want to be surrounded by countries that aren't housing all of our enemies all over the world. That's what was happening, and you don't want to have that. But we're going to be rebuilding, and we're not spending money. The oil companies are going to go in. They're going to spend money.
So should China do the same thing? Yeah. Should China do the same thing Trump is doing? Should Russia do the same thing Trump is doing? I'm curious about that, especially from the MAGA people, but I can see most of them got locked out when I put up the subscriber mode. Most of the MAGA people are trolls and shit. They don't even goddamn subscribe. I mean, that's so phony. You're going to be in the chat saying all this weird shit, and then as soon as you say subscribe, they don't know how to. Isn't that weird? That's wild.
We're going to take back the oil that, frankly...
But it literally works that way. Like, a lot of the bots don't know how to subscribe like crazy.
We should have taken back a long time ago. A lot of money is coming out of the ground. We're going to get reimbursed for all of that. We're going to get reimbursed for everything
yeah, bits
that we spend. So it's going to be... it's going to be a very important... This is...
Oh, by the way, for those of you listening, If you subscribe, you can get in the chat 1 minute after you subscribe. So that's all it takes.
This is a very big evening that took place last night. We have to be surrounded by safe, secure countries. And we also have to have energy. Very important. We have to have energy that's
we don't need diverse energy sources. We just need oil.
real energy, not where they're getting 4%.
We don't need windmills. We don't need electric vehicles. No. We don't need none of that. We don't need, nothing, getting solar panels. Nope. We don't need that. We're against that. We don't need anything in the water, collecting energy from the waves. None of that stuff. We only need oil to be sustainable, the United States of America, according to Trump.
And 5% of the energy out of the ground. You take a look. It was such a disaster. So what's going on?
He's cool with invading countries and digging up all the oil and shit just to provide oil to the U.S. to operate. What are our ships going to be? They're going to go back to oil and shit, gasoline ships and shit.
To happen with Venezuela, I think, over the next period of a year is going to be a great thing. And the people of Venezuela will be the biggest beneficiaries.
Mr. President, the U.S. military.
Mr. President, thank you. What did you last speak to Maduro about when you spoke? And is the U.S.
Well, I don't want to get
at war
into
with
the
Venezuela?
conversations, but I did have conversations with him, and I said,
hey, and all you nations out there, keep in mind, this is not good, because this is also very bad diplomacy, because what Trump did was he talked to a leader first, and then he invaded. So that gives no leader any incentive to talk to Trump in this situation again. You see what I mean? He actually did it backwards. He could have got everything that he wanted, all of this stuff, because this guy Maduro is not really that strong. You see what I mean? He's not really that strong, to be honest with you. He wasn't. Chavez was the people's president. A lot of Venezuelans liked him. Maduro never really had that backing. You see what I mean? And he's not the same charismatic figure. He's not, the same things aren't going on in his mind. No, it's not. They're two different people, Maduro and Chavez. And Chavez was able to get a lot of the people's support through his speak. He could connect with people. You see what I mean? And Maduro really couldn't, you know what I'm saying? Not through speech too often. I mean, I'm not, I don't understand Spanish that well, but there's a lot to speech that you understand. It's not just the words you're saying, right? It's also how you say them, how charismatic you are, your body language and things like that too, and the sound of your voice. Maduro wasn't that type of speaker, but having said that, it's just Trump. It's really weird. I mean, is this something that can be sustainable? These type of actions. And what do China think about this? I'm going to go, let me see. China, this is what it says about China as far as these kind of actions. Xi commented on this for folks that don't know, right? And it says, Xi Jinping, the Chinese government have strongly condemned the U.S. military operation in Venezuela. Okay. They condemned it, but they're probably going to invade Taiwan. They're shaking down Taiwan. China has officially labeled the capture of Nicolas Maduro as a hegemonic act, right? Right. And a violation of international law. But isn't this what they voted for? Isn't this what they agree on? Like what the whole thing that Trump, and Putin have set across, like that what people have said the entire time is that they have an agreement between Xi, Putin, and Trump that Trump will have the Americas, Putin will have Europe, and Xi would have Asia. And that poses only one question, and is that who's going to split up China between them, right? Now, but that's the theory, because if you look at what's happening, look at the argument that China makes to Taiwan, right? Here, let me pull that up. Let's see here. Right, just so we have it up here officially, right? And then I'm going to play it back just for people to hear. This is the same. This is a very similar argument, not the same argument, but parts of it are very similar to, this. Check this out. Is it here? Okay, here we go.
Yes, Xi Jinping and the Chinese government have strongly condemned the U.S. military operation in Venezuela. China has officially labeled the capture of Nicolas Maduro as a hegemonic act and a violation of international law. While the most recent official statements on January 3 and 4, 2026, have been issued through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, MFA, they reflect the...
Okay, sorry about that. That was the wrong one. I'm sorry. I want people to hear their view on Taiwan, China's actual view. 2 seconds. Here it is. Okay. Because there's tension between the two, right? Similar tensions. And there's been military. As a matter of fact, I'm about to jump over to that so we can just see, what's been going on with the Chinese military in Taiwan. Let's see. But here, everyone should hear this. This is their official position.
China's argument regarding Taiwan, often referred to as the One China principle, is a multifaceted position based on historical claims, international law, and domestic legislation. In his most recent 2026 New Year address, President Xi Jinping reaffirmed that reunification of our motherland is unstoppable, a sentiment echoed by the conclusion of large-scale military drills, codenamed Justice Mission 2025, just days prior. Beijing's core arguments generally fall into these four categories. 1. The historical and legal argument. China asserts that Taiwan has been an inalienable part of China for centuries. Their legal case rests on several key 20th century documents. The Cairo Declaration, 1943, and Potsdam Proclamation, 1945. China argues these allied documents mandated that all territories Japan...
So you could hear that their argument is similar to that of Putin, right, and Ukraine. You see what I mean?
And stole from China, specifically naming Formosa, Taiwan, be returned to the Republic of China after World War II. UN Resolution 2758, 1971. China interprets this resolution not just as a change in representation, replacing Taipei with Beijing at the UN, but as a definitive international recognition that the People's Republic of China, PRC, is the sole legal government of all China, including Taiwan. 2. The domestic legal mandate. China has codified its claim into law, making reunification a legal obligation for its government. The Anti-Secession Law, 2005. This law formally states that the state shall use non-peaceful means if Taiwan Independence Secessionist Forces act to cause the fact of Taiwan's secession from China. Constitution of the PRC. The preamble specifically mentions...
So they already have it codified in their own national law that they can use violent means against Taiwan to retrieve Taiwan.
That Taiwan is part of the sacred territory of the People's Republic of China, and that it is the inviolable duty of all Chinese people to achieve reunification. 3. Internal affair versus international interference. A cornerstone of China's current diplomatic rhetoric is that Taiwan is strictly a domestic matter. Sovereignty. China argues that since Taiwan is part of its territory, any foreign involvement, especially U.S. arms sales or diplomatic visits, is a violation of China's sovereignty and the principle of non-interference. Rejection of two Chinas. Beijing refuses to have diplomatic relations with any country that officially recognizes Taiwan, forcing a choice between the two. 4. The national rejuvenation narrative. Under Xi Jinping, the Taiwan question has been tied to the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. End of century of humiliation. China views the separation of Taiwan as a lingering wound from the era of colonial interventions.
Right. So, that's just some background into it. Now, keep in mind, Putin is Trump, agrees with Trump a lot. You gotta understand, Trump gave the red carpet to Putin, and they are always speaking. They're on constant speaking terms, basically, right? And they agree on Ukraine, apparently, right? That's what you have. And so Putin, literally, actually, strangely enough, Putin was absent on this Venezuelan thing. He gave a threat, something. Let me see something. What did Putin say? What did Putin caution? Let's see here. Caution. the USA about in Venezuela? Because things move so fast, people forget that Putin actually said something. He said something about Palestine never happened. Said something about Venezuela never happened. I don't think. But listen to this. Listen to this fucking talk. And people have to question this. I'm not saying you have to take a particular viewpoint. I'm curious to know what your viewpoint is on the matter. But listen, this is what Putin said before Trump invaded. This is actually what he said. This is the craziest thing
in the
on earth.
days and weeks surrounding the U.S. military operation in Venezuela on January 3, 2026, Vladimir Putin and the Russian government issued several stark warnings, framing the intervention as a fatal mistake that threatens global order.
So, was that a fatal mistake? How was that a fatal mistake? I mean, Putin says that would be a fatal mistake. Well, they did it. They did it. They did it. So, what does it mean? What is it about? I mean, you know, I don't get that. Like, and he said other things before. He said similar things about, you know, this red line. Pretty much, he didn't use the word red line, but there, you know, the point where they cautioned the U.S. again about Gaza. So what happened? Where did they disappear to? What happened to all those peace talks?
Their cautions to the United States have centered on three main areas. 1. The fatal mistake warning. In late December 2025, as the U.S. buildup, Operation Southern Spear, became evident, the Kremlin warned the Trump administration not to make a fatal mistake. Putin argued that, rational pragmatism. He urged the U.S. to maintain a rational and pragmatic approach, rather than resorting to force.
That didn't happen?
Respect for rulers. Citing the South American liberator Simón Bolívar, Russia cautioned that every nation has the right to choose its own leaders and that the U.S. was ignoring this fundamental principle of sovereignty.
Right, but that makes no sense since Russia invaded Ukraine and wants to choose their leaders, you know?
2. Legal and global precedent. Following the capture of Nicolas Maduro, Russia's foreign ministry characterized the action as armed aggression. Putin's government cautioned the U.S. about the broader consequences of this move. Unacceptable encroachment. Russia warned that the capture of a sitting head of state is an unacceptable violation of international law and the UN Charter. Ideology versus diplomacy. Putin cautioned that the U.S. was allowing ideological hostility to triumph over businesslike diplomacy, which would lead to further global instability. Demand for release. Moscow has officially, firmly called on the U.S. leadership to reconsider and release Maduro and his wife, Cilia Flores, immediately. 3. Regional destabilization. Putin has warned that a U.S. military presence and the removal of the Maduro government would trigger a humanitarian crisis. Russia echoed concerns, also shared by Colombia, that the invasion would lead to a bloodbath and massive displacement in South America. Threaten international shipping. The Kremlin specifically warned that
I mean, does Putin really have any credibility when it comes to, you know, questioning others about a bloodbath?
U.S. naval blockades and military actions in the Caribbean could interfere with international navigation and trade. Current diplomatic status. While Russia has expressed full solidarity with the Venezuelan people and the Bolivarian leadership, now led de facto by Delcy Rodriguez, it is important to note that Putin has stopped short of offering direct military intervention to counter the U.S. forces.
Yep.
Instead, Russia is focusing its response on UN Security Council, leading a diplomatic offensive with China and South Africa. Legal challenges. Challenging the untenable pretexts, narco-terrorism charges, used by the U.S. Department of Justice. Would you like me to look into how Russia is specifically planning to challenge the U.S. in the upcoming UN Security Council emergency meeting tomorrow?
No. But, yeah, that's another day. But, yeah, so, I mean, I don't know. In my mind, Putin, he doesn't have never had any intention on backing up Maduro. You know, it's just business, sell weapons, yeah. And then when shit hits the fan, be like, oops, you know, ain't nobody home but us chickens, boss. You know what I'm saying? Like, oops, you know, just keeping the charade up, like advocating for you, but not really. And listen, this has happened before plenty of times, like where shit just came too late. The Russians came too late too little on the global stage. Like, I mean, I'm just saying, I'm not saying they're the only ones that do that, but it's a possibility whenever you're dealing with them that they won't be there for the final hour. You know what I mean? They will be there to give you the weapons. They will be there to with your anti-U.S. rhetoric or anti-colonialist or anti-imperialist rhetoric, but they won't be there for the final act. You know what I mean? So, let's hear more of Trump real quick. Let's see.
You got to surrender. And I actually thought he was pretty close to doing so, but now he wished he did, yeah.
You said that Maduro is responsible for drug trafficking. You recently pardoned the former president of Honduras.
At least he's not dead, though. At least he's not dead because, you know, it could be worse. You know, Saddam Hussein ended up dead. Who knows? I don't think Maduro would end up dead. But Saddam Hussein he ended up dead. He was tried by you could say it was his own. It was other Iraqis, and he ended up dead. They hung him. And Gaddafi was dragged out of hiding in a underwater, you know, what is this, sewage duct or something like that, and they killed him, I don't know, within 12 hours or something like that, you know, after they paraded him around, or maybe it was 24 hours later, but after they brutalized him. I mean, yeah, so Maduro is also lucky to be alive in that sense. Anytime bombs are coming around you and there's this action, things can happen, you know. So he's alive, and I think that poses some interesting dynamics for the Trump administration too. Like, since the man is alive, now everyone knows he's alive, and I mean, to me it seems like as long as he's alive, he can talk, right? So yeah. We'll see how long that lasts.
Who was convicted on many drug trafficking.
No faith in Trump.
Can you explain how these two situations are different?
Well,
would you ever pardon Maduro?
I endorsed, as you know, the winning.
Listen to this. Would he ever pardon Maduro? That's what he asked the reporter.
The former president of Honduras, who was convicted on many drug trafficking. Can you explain how these two situations are different?
Well,
would you ever pardon Maduro?
I endorsed, as you know, the winning president, the man who won in Honduras. I endorsed the man who won in Chile. I endorsed the man who won in Argentina, and we are doing very well with that whole group. What did he
just say?
I endorsed the man who won in Chile. I endorsed the man who won in Argentina, and we are doing very well with that whole group. What the man that I pardoned was.
One more time.
Many
just to make sure I hear that right.
Can you explain how these two situations are different? Would you ever pardon Maduro?
I endorsed, as you know, the winning president, the man who won in Honduras. I endorsed the man who won in Chile. I endorsed the man who won in Argentina. And we are doing very well with that whole group. What the man that I pardoned was, if you could equate it to us, he was treated like the Biden administration treated a man named Trump. That didn't work out too well for them. This was a man who was persecuted very unfairly. He was the head of the country. He was persecuted very unfairly. And there are a number of them.
You know, Biden is like the MAGA crutch, you know. Whenever, you know, they need something to pivot to, you know, to support them, you know, whatever happens, it's like Biden. I would call it the Biden crutch. Like, you mention Biden, and that's your support system. That will get you through whatever else is happening that, you know, you have to answer to or...
And we felt that it was a very unfair situation that happened to him. He's also a party member of the man who won. So obviously the people liked what I did. And one of the reasons that was done is because of the fact that the party in power felt very strongly that that man was treated very badly. I studied it very quickly, and then I studied it in great detail. I went to a lot of the people standing behind me, and they felt that that man was persecuted and treated very badly. That's why I gave him a pardon.
You referenced boots on the ground
it was the people behind him, the other people around him that said so.
Earlier. Can you just sort of button this up? Do you envision the U.S. military having a presence in Venezuela as the U.S. runs that country?
No, we're going to have a presence in Venezuela as it pertains to oil, because we have to have, we're sending our expertise in. So you may need something, not very much. But no, we're going to be taking out a tremendous amount of wealth out of the ground.
A tremendous amount of wealth out of the ground. Isn't this improper? Isn't this totally corrupt? I mean, how can you sit there? Listen, just talk about you went in there, you removed the wrong leader. He was a narco trafficker. Leave it at that. Even if you don't believe it. I mean, I don't believe it, but just those things. Shouldn't he stop right there? Should he now go into extracting minerals in the same motherfucking conversation? I mean, this is so damn corrupt. You just can't do things this way. It is bad. It's bad for the world. It is bad for the world. Because if you just do a little bit better than this, you will, no matter who you are, you might actually have a chance of being liked more. Because Trump does it so bad. He normalizes like the lowest bar on earth. Anybody else is going to look good stealing. Anyone else is going to look better stealing than Trump.
And that wealth is going to the people of Venezuela and people from outside
of
Venezuela that used to be in Venezuela. And it goes also to the United States of
Tariq. Yep.
America in the form of reimbursement for the damages caused
Jen.
by that country. So I want to thank you all very much. Thank you. Do you have one? Yes, please. You were so nice before. I'm going to give you the final question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr.
Unless
President.
it's a bad question, in which case I'll go one word. It's about who?
It's about Putin, if you want.
About Putin. Well,
okay.
That's always nice to talk about Putin.
You had a phone call with him on Monday. Did he talk at all about Maduro? Did y'all talk about this?
No, we didn't. We never spoke about Maduro.
You see that? This is the second time Trump has said that he talked to Putin, and now and I believe the first time he said they didn't talk about Maduro also the first time, and this is the second time he's saying that. And I just want people to it doesn't matter if you for Trump or not for Trump. I mean, just pay attention if you're not a superpower. Putin gave Maduro, they supported him over oil with weapons. He was willing to do that. But you hear Trump saying Maduro didn't even come up in the conversation. So, i.e., he's not even really advocating privately. Like, if you Google, you will get a public statement from the Russians. You will get a public statement. Yeah, the Russian government and blah, blah, blah says this. And, we just heard it. We just read what the Russian government thought about. But here they ask about a phone call, and Trump is like, no, he never came up in the conversation.
Thank you, Mr.
Unless
President.
it's a bad question, in which case
Putin.
I'll go.
That's crazy.
One word. It's about who?
It's about Putin, if you want.
About Putin. Well, that's always nice to talk about Putin.
You had a phone call with him on Monday. Did he talk at all about Maduro? Did y'all talk about this?
No, we didn't. We never spoke about Maduro.
Are you mad at him right now?
Good guy, good cop, bad cop, sounds like to me. No, we never talked about Maduro. So, you see, so over the table, they have one conversation to the world, to the voters, to the media, to the masses, but privately, ain't nothing. Nobody's advocating for Maduro. It's just like, hey man, what is there to talk about? We already agreed. There's nothing to talk about, Yeah. And so people that are not superpowers, every other country, I'm just telling you, take note of that. Just take note of that thing right there. Like, yeah. I think this is going to turn around on some people, because this is like having a domino that just never stops. And it's just like always turning and turning. One more house down, turn again. You just don't know when it's going to be yours that it's pointed at, this Trump gun. This Trump gun, it can point in any goddamn direct. Like it's going to do. I don't think it's going to continue to do what it does. I think it's going to hit some places that probably never thought they might have been pro-Trump places before. I mean, really, think about it.
Now, I mean, there's this
I'm not thrilled with.
I mean, I'm serious because crazy is like that. Water is like that. Water gets into any seam, any crack. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't care what direction the crack is in. It's going to get into it.
Putin. I'm not thrilled with Putin. He's killing too many people.
Was that intelligent?
That's phony. Trump been saying that shit forever. He's killing too many people. I don't like Putin. Which one is it, motherfucker? Goddamn. Just make up your mind from one day to the next.
We never spoke about Maduro.
Are you mad at him right now? I mean, there's this
I'm not thrilled with Putin. I'm not thrilled with Putin. He's killing too many people.
Was that
I
intelligence?
thought that would be so.
He's doing what you doing, motherfucker. Invading and shit. What the fuck? And then he just got finished. This is the guy he gave a red carpet. He pulled a red carpet out for a person. Listen, this is just like, this is sickening to listen to because there's something pathological about what he does. It's some sort of freakish ability he has to lie, to just be willing to lie openly. I don't know. Is this lying? Because I've heard it before. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know how you could be on both sides of the Putin fence. You either like him or you don't. But from Trump is day to day. Now he doesn't like Putin. He just defended Putin like 2 days ago. You see what I'm saying? With Ukraine. What the fuck? What the fuck? Like, this shit is crazy. Like, it's confusing. It's confusing. Like, damn, dude. You just defended Putin openly on international TV in front of Zelensky. And this motherfucker now is like, he don't like Putin.
Did he talk at all about Maduro? Did y'all talk about this?
No, we didn't.
And
We
then,
never spoke about Maduro.
are you mad at him right now? I mean, there's this
I'm not
intelligence.
thrilled with Putin. I'm not thrilled with Putin.
Oh, there you go, Benzo. Okay, appreciate you, man.
He's killing too many people.
Scarlett, Benzo, Scarlett, appreciate you.
I thought that would be so. I settled 8 1/4 war. You know what the 1/4 was?
Here we go again. Drunk granddaddy. Got to tell the stories again. God damn.
Thailand and Cambodia. I did it again. They broke out, and I did it in about 5 hours, and I settled it. I'm giving myself 1/4, so I'm up to now 8 1/4. In other words, I settled the war, but then they broke out. They had a pretty bad breakout over the last 4 days. I got them to go back.
This is his go place. 8 wars. I broke up 8 wars. I solved 8 wars. That's his go-to place.
The piece. So I only give 1/4. I thought the easiest one would be, one of the easier ones would be
Ukraine?
Russia, Ukraine.
Yeah, but it turned out to be the hardest?
It's not. And they both have done some pretty bad things.
Here we go again. They both have done some pretty bad things. Like, what did Ukraine do that was pretty bad? Get invaded? Like, damn. Like,
and look, that's Biden's war. That's not my war. But I want to stop the lives. Did you see where last month?
That's Biden's war. The war existed before Biden. It was going on when Trump was in office. What the fuck is he talking about? What the hell? What the hell is he talking? He's the one who criticized Obama for not doing enough. He criticized Biden for not doing enough. Like, seriously, he's just out there the other day. Look at this. Wait a second. I always have to play this. And it's the only reason why I have to play it, why it's necessary, is because Trump lies. He lies so fast. If you don't actually go back a week or two and look at what he said, you know, you might forget that he said something completely different weeks ago. Just weeks ago. Look at this. Here we go. Listen to this. Listen to this right here. I got to bring this up. This is too much. Look at this, y'all. Can y'all see this? Boom. Okay, let me move this over. I see it's too big. 2 seconds. Let me straighten this out. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Trump will flip the script on your ass any second. Any second you're not watching him. Watch this. Oh, what the hell happened? Okay, wait a second. Here we go. Here we go. 2 seconds. It's coming up. I don't know what. Here it is. All right, now let's listen.
Almost, I guess, 2.5 hours, they're just telling me now. It's a long time. We discussed a lot of things. We didn't talk about the weather. We weren't talking about what a beautiful day it is in Palm Beach, Florida. Remember, and I'm just going to go off just for this, with Bush, they took a lot. Russia. With Biden, they're trying to take everything. With Obama, they took a lot.
You hear this?
With Trump, Russia took nothing. Just remember
He's
that.
talking about Ukraine.
No, look, I was
You
on the
see?
phone with him.
So he starts off talking about the phone call with Putin, and then he goes into a speech Then we go later back into a speech that was done earlier, and he's complaining about how much, the fact that Putin didn't take any land from Ukraine under him, but he's advocating that Ukraine give up land, actually, and it's just, he flips his script every single fucking day.
Them for almost, I guess, 2.5 hours. They're just telling me now.
See, this was the first conversation with Putin, right? Did Maduro come up? Nope, I don't believe it came up. I believe he said it didn't come up. But in any case, you heard him just say the last conversation he had, he didn't even mention anything about Maduro to him, Putin. But listen to this.
That's a long time. We discussed a lot of things. We didn't talk about the weather. We weren't talking about what a beautiful day it is in Palm Beach, Florida. Remember, and I'm just going to go off just for this, with Bush, they took a lot, Russia. With Biden, they're trying to take everything. With Obama, they took a lot. With Trump, Russia took nothing. With Bush, they took a lot, Russia. With Biden, they're trying to take everything. With Obama, they took a lot. With Trump, Russia took nothing. With Bush, they took a lot, Russia. With Biden, they're trying to take everything. With Obama, they took a lot. With Trump, Russia took nothing.
You see? And then you compare that to his statement here, which is the exact opposite. I mean, I don't know where he gets this stuff from, but this is what he says now.
Have done some pretty bad things. And look, that's Biden's war. That's not my war. But I want to stop the lives. Did you see? And they both have done some pretty bad things. And
you see that? So now he's declaring that Ukraine has done some pretty bad things. But he didn't say that months before. This was like, when was this taken? This was in 2021, where he said this. Oh, no. Or was this 24? Let me see. Let's just hear it again. I forget what year this is, but this is some time ago. So Trump has morphed his position on Ukraine.
Look, I was on the phone with him from.
I'm
just going to go off just for this. With Bush, they took a lot, Russia. With Biden, they're trying to take everything. With Obama, they took a lot. With Trump, Russia took nothing. Just remember that. Look, I was on the phone with him for almost, I guess, 2.5 hours. Remember, and I'm just going to go off just for this. With Bush, they took a lot, Russia. With Biden, they're trying to take everything. With Obama, they took a lot. With Trump, Russia took nothing.
So now his whole thing is that now that his bar has been moved, he's moved his bar. Now it's not about them taking anything. Now it's not his war. It's Biden's war. Now he's changed his whole position basically.
They broke out, and I did it in about 5 hours, and I settled it. I'm giving myself 1 quarter, so I'm up to now 8 1/4. In other words, I settled the war, but then they broke out. They had a pretty bad breakout over the last 4 days. I got them to go back to peace. Conversations with them, and I said, you got to surrender. And I actually thought he was pretty close to doing so, but now he wished he did, yeah.
Mr. President, you said that Maduro is responsible for drug trafficking. You recently pardoned the former president of Honduras, who was convicted on many drug trafficking.
All right, so we basically have heard enough of this. Yeah, I don't get his perspective on it, and my thoughts on it is that Trump has basically capitulated on Ukraine. And he's done a lot of manipulation tactics to do so. He's been dishonest, basically. It seems like, kind of morphing his views about Ukraine and who's responsible, giving blame to Biden and Obama, but actually not really doing much himself. Now, he actually admitted that it's not his war now. So if it's not your war, then why are you complaining about Obama and what he did, Biden and what he did? You can't do both. You can't be complaining about what Biden did about Ukraine, what Obama did about Ukraine, and then you yourself say, well, it's not my war, but you're all in the middle of it, trying to be a peace negotiator, all up in the middle of the fucking war. You know what I mean? It's like, it seems really, really strange. But in any case, this is what's going on with Taiwan right now.
As for what you mentioned, that China hopes to be ready to attack Taiwan by 2027, whether it can achieve its goal on schedule is another matter.
Now, keep in mind, Trump would be, if he was alive, which he probably won't be, right? He would still be, if he was healthy, he would still be the president at this time. That's not going to happen. J.D. Vance or whoever is, somebody else is coming in weeks from now. I don't even believe it's months. I believe it's weeks, right? And Trump is about to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell. Like, I know I've said that a million times, but I want to make sure everybody that hears my videos hears me say that out of my mouth. I believe he's going to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell as a last act, and that J.D. Vance is going to take over. Now, I believe there's a lot of people don't want J.D. Vance in his cabinet that are not pro J.D. Vance, which is likely, and I don't even know if Trump is. You see what I mean? Trump doesn't seem to speak so highly of J.D. Vance. But then again, it might be something they're trying not to trying not to project on, right? So it's hard to know. But at the same time, in reference to this, J.D. Vance just seems like, a weak leader, basically, not a strong guy, a guy who, he won't really suffice. He doesn't have what it takes to actually be, a representative of the U.S. on an international level. Like, he would not go on his own instincts. The man seems to have like instincts to just go wherever it's needed to go for the opportunity. You see what I mean? And but in any case, let's hear what they are saying here in Taiwan, because with Trump's actions, why wouldn't China attack Taiwan? If the U.S. is doing regime change and doing whatever they want to control countries based on their own view, right? And Russia is doing it, then why shouldn't China do it? I believe that's how China is going to see it.
For Taiwan, the most important thing is, as stated in The Art of War by Sun Tzu, rely not on the likelihood of the enemy's not coming, but on our own readiness to receive him. We must make the worst assumptions and also make the best preparations. Therefore, the coming year, 2026, is a very critical year for Taiwan. We must stand shoulder to shoulder with democratic countries, fulfill Taiwan's responsibility to safeguard our own.
Right now, that pretty much, who would that be? Who are the democratic countries? Because it doesn't seem like the U.S. is damn near, it seems like it's anti-democratic right now, and so who would be a part of that democratic coalition? Don't get me wrong, I think there are people that will be a part of that, and definitely, because the world is very small, and it's just, we are closer than we've ever been before to each other. So, the time it takes to cross the sea is reduced 1,000 times. You know what I mean? Technology, the advent of technology and things like that are always improving. So I think that like I said before earlier in the stream, people count out the EU a lot. I don't know why, because mathematically the EU is a formidable base, actual conglomerate, right, of nations, and 450 million people is 100 more million people than the U.S. has, and it's 300 million more people than Russia has. So I don't see why they wouldn't factor into this equation as like a fourth superpower themselves. You see what I mean? And so I think it's going to be interesting to see what that does. But I do know one thing for sure. Right now, it seems like the lane for the EU is to be the most democratic nation of all. You see what I mean? Most democratic bloc of all in terms of superpower, because Yeah, they take civil rights in the country within the EU. They take it serious. They take infrastructure serious. They take global warming serious. They take energy serious, diverse energy serious. Denmark. There you go. They take Denmark here. What's up? What's up? Vessa Vordengårde. Yeah, and they take it a little more serious, it seems like. So I think that's something that is going to be, it's not a question mark so much, I don't believe, but I think it's going to be seeing what the EU foreign policy is going to be in these times. And the next American president, JD Vance, I think the EU is going to come out of this strong. I think that's essentially what it is. And I think not strong in the way that a person like, how can I say this? Trump may be prepared. Also Canada, right? I don't think this is going to work out too well for the U.S. Yeah. And keep in mind, the EU makes a lot of weapons too, and they sell a lot of weapons, and everybody doesn't want to be caught up in this, trifecta between the U.S., China, and Russia right now. That's just the bottom line. Options, people will always seek options, and you can't keep that down. But also, I think, Russia is not really, Russia is not in a position to stop the EU. They look pretty weak after this invasion. And I'm not just saying what's going on in Ukraine is the only thing that matters. But listen, people don't want to be fucking Russian in Europe. That's just the bottom line. And, so that is a broad spectrum of nations. That's a broad space, geographical space. You see what I mean? You got Italy, you have Spain, you have the Black Sea, you have Turkey. You see what I'm saying? Turkey's not a full member, but there's some things going on there, and they're also a NATO member. You see what I mean? And the smaller NATO countries are pretty much, I think, beginning to make some adjustments here, regarding their own future. They see the world being split up. And so when you're China, who else are you going to work with if you're a country like Turkey? You're going to work with an EU country, or you're going to work with a country that's much more powerful than yours individually? And I think that plays against China. I think the size plays against China. It has its benefits, but I think it plays against them too, in a fear kind of way. People are afraid of China because of their size and their power. Same thing with the U.S., especially with the bully tactics. The U.S. used to be someone that other countries could go to as an alternative, and you'd be surprised how many countries did. But right now with Trump, people are even going to Trump. Look, anytime, people are willing to work with Trump on it. People in Africa are willing to work with Trump. You've seen people meet Trump and talk. They have their peace agreements and shit. Sometimes it's surprising, but I think that it's on the decline. Just like the dollar, I think that that option, keeping the U.S. as an option, it started declining under Trump because, again, no one wants to be bullied, and everyone's going to fear the U.S. now. That works against U.S. policy. This outright type of fear where you're willing to take anything you can't have, that puts people against you, even if they don't tell you, even if they don't act like it in public. When the door shuts and the curtains close, the real conversation comes out, and so it's going to be interesting to see. But yeah, folks, but it's been 3 hours now, so I'm going to get out of here because I will be back here in Let me see. In 5 hours. You see what I mean? So I'm going to be out at this point, right? So somebody say, look, the EU is breaking apart. Italy is getting ready to leave. Okay, well, let's see that. How about that? How's Russia doing in Ukraine right now? How's Russia doing? ESP. How do you think Russia's doing? Is Russia performing well? If the EU's falling apart, how's Russia doing? So in any case, it doesn't matter. It's kind of like you didn't even hear my comment, ESP. My comment was that large nations like China or the U.S., you see how unbiased my statement is? Smaller nations like Turkey and also Italy would fall into that. That kind of this behavior is not a behavior that they tend to want to lean on. Why? Because they have more to gain by sticking together, the smaller countries. You see? You get that now? You see how that works? So it still doesn't change the fact that who do you think Italy's going to go along with? I mean, you think Italy is just going to go along with the U.S.? Okay, but when you're dealing with Trump, what does that mean exactly? Is he going to play fairly with you? Is he going to play fair? What's the incentive to play fair? What's the incentive to play fair? Excuse me, I just want to know. What's Donald Trump's incentive to play fair? Who's Trump going to play fair with, y'all? I tell you what, that's better. You just tell me the country that Trump is going to play fair with. You just tell me that. We can end the conversation there. I'll wait on that one. You know what I'm saying? I want to hear this. Who do y'all think Trump is going to treat fair? You tell me. Let's hear it. I'm all up for it. You know what I'm saying? You know, this is the guy. Who's Trump going to play fair with? Okay. Yeah. Okay. We'll see. I don't think Trump is interested in playing fair with anybody. Not Canada, not Greenland, not Mexico, not the EU, not Venezuela, not nobody, not American citizens. Zero playing fair. Not the Supreme Court, not Congress, not the Senate, not the lower courts, not the handicapped, not the elderly, not the children, not the SNAP benefactors in red or blue states. Zero. I don't see it coming. And I think you'd have to be a goddamn fool to think Trump is going to play fair with you. You just go right ahead and see how that one's going to turn out. We will see. You know, who's he going to play with? Fair with Africa? Who's the African ally going to be? Who's the Arab ally going to be? This dude has got, he's got white supremacists behind him at this point. He got Nazis, fascists. Who do they play fair with? How's it going to benefit? I just don't see it. I don't think Trump is the almighty. I don't think he's going to make it that long. I think J.D. Vance is even more of a wussy. You know what I mean? I think nobody's even going to take one order from J.D. Vance. And I don't think so. But I've been wrong before. I didn't think a guy like Trump could even win and be the president of the United States. And I'm an American, and I was proven wrong. Like, no, some Americans will vote for a rapist. They vote for a felon. They will vote for a person that would steal documents, top secret documents, nuclear documents. They will vote for these kind of people. So I know I was wrong about that. But still, I saw the U.S. dollar going down. This is what I seen. So it sounds good. It sounds like he's doing really well, right? Trump sounds like he's doing hella well. But when you look at, some other factors, like when you just look at this, let me see here. When you look at this. This is the U.S. dollar right here, right? So I don't really see how that's looking good. And let me see if I can pull this over for y'all one more time. To me, every time I hear MAGA people go, yeah, it's going great. Keep going, Trump. Keep going, Trump. You're doing great. Every time I hear them say that, right? Look, this is what I also see. Boom. This is what I see. So I know that what they think doesn't really line up with what's actually happening in reality. See, what's happening in reality is this was January over here to the left, the US dollar over here to the left, and this is where it is today, down here. See the difference? Over here is to the right. This is where it was when Trump first came into office, up here. And this is where it is now, down here. All the way down here. See at the bottom on the right there. That's where it is now. So while you're talking is like going up, like in your mind, things are getting better, right? In your mind, a Trump supporter's mind, a sycophant's mind, a nut rider mind, your mind is like, yeah. While you're saying that on the internet, while you're saying that, the dollar is like, no. That's where the dollar's going. No. Why do you think that is? You tell me. Why is the dollar shed 10 points since Trump has been in office? How's that possible if things are going well? Is that what's supposed to happen when things go well? I don't know. Are people supposed to be kicked off of healthcare when shit is going well? I mean, you tell me. I don't know. You tell me. What's your standard? I mean, if you got more money, then what the hell is all these people getting kicked off of healthcare all about? Why is that so important to have to happen? You know, I already know the answer. It's going to be some cultural war answer. It's because you lazy people need to go to work. Even though the people getting kicked off, a lot of them are people that work 2 and 3 jobs, less lazy than everybody else. You see what I mean? People, it's middle class people and working poor getting kicked off of healthcare. Because if you already poor, you know, a lot of people already got used to not having healthcare in the U.S. when they poor and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like zero, but this is like kicking old elderly people off of, and elderly people have been paying taxes their whole life, kicked off of elder care. That's what healthcare they're doing. This is children getting kicked out of it. A lot of people with children getting kicked out of it. You see what I mean? It's like, I just don't believe it. This is the dollar and you're saying things are going well. I don't understand it. And I don't believe it. This is the dollar and this is how things look when it's going well. So we'll see how that works out for people. But in any case, I'll be back in 5 hours from now, to do some more follow-ups. As the news comes in. But I appreciate everybody who's subscribed. I appreciate everybody who's listened to the lives. I appreciate everybody that comes out. As always, I'm able to have this conversation with you because you all tune in. And that I appreciate your support. Like, I enjoy doing this. Obviously, you guys probably recognize that by now. I hope I have purpose. It seems to you like I have purpose here that's meaningful, because I feel like I have purpose in my heart, in terms of why I am here. You know what I mean? I pretty much know that, so I wouldn't waste your time. I wouldn't insult you if I only had stupid things to say or just wanted to bullshit. I think we can have fun while we can build together, while we can excite together, while we can inspire together. You know what I mean? And while we can encourage and encourage everyone, when they forget that we can turn this around. This is our country. These people, the government workers, work for the citizens of the United States of America, not the other way around. And that this is our country, and these people in leadership must do what we say. So therefore, vote. Don't ever forget your vote, or you are giving up your say. It's that simple. And we have to spread that message however we spread it right now. No more of this this thing where it's going to be good enough that a third of the voting population doesn't vote. No. I bet you won't do that again. Yeah, you see what happens. Anything can happen when you don't go out there and vote. you know. And if you were a person that didn't vote, I mean, there's a lot of people restricted from voting, by the way, you know. So I get that. I'm not trying to pick on people that have restrictions and things like that. Like some states are just slow giving you your rights back after maybe you went to jail or something or were convicted of a crime. Can you believe that you can't vote if you get convicted of a crime? How does that dissolve your citizenship? I thought it was taxation without representation. But how does it dissolve that? How is that held up by the Constitution? How is that held up by the Supreme Court? What the fuck is that? What the fuck? That is crazy in the first place. So having said that, there's already people that's been stopped from voting. So that means the people that can vote, you have to vote. You got a duty to vote because you're also speaking for someone else that can't. You're speaking for someone else that can't. You see what I mean? Just always remember that right now. Somebody else couldn't. Yo, it's like, it's that sad, you know. But in any case, I'm going to be back with you all in 5 hours. I appreciate everybody for coming out. And until then, enjoy, you know, this night or this time. I don't know what time it is. I guess it's nighttime for a lot of people. We're coming towards the evening. What is it? Let me see. Yeah, it's like 2 a.m. It's in the a.m. for folks. But I will be back. I'll be back 1 a.m. for some people, 12 a.m. around there. But I will be back. And we're going to continue the conversation from there. That will be Central European time. That will be about 3 a.m. on the East Coast, on the U.S. East Coast. That will be like 12 p.m. Pacific time, USA Pacific time, right? Or South America Pacific time, wherever you are, right? Same thing with Central European time. That will be West Africa, and then an hour ahead for East Africa also. So on that note, I appreciate everybody for coming out and tuning in. I'll be right back at y'all. Y'all just be good, man. I appreciate it. One. See ya. Impeach Trump, goddammit. Impeach Trump. We got to get Trump the hell out of here, you know? No more Trump, please. All right, now. No more Trump. No more Trump. And impeach the Supreme Court justices too. Goddamn. See ya.
Can you feel it? Nothing can save ya, cause this is the season of funky behavior. I came to relax your mind, you can recline. On what? On this here rhyme. I like the style, I'm staying for a while. It helps me show cats that I'm versatile. I'll touch your dial, turn your frown into a smile. Make you feel like you're having a child. So relax and open up, child. I'm about to make you walk what? Pimp style or pimped out style. You don't understand the logic. See if you don't have it all, I'll take a deposit. I got shit for you, it's alright indeed. It's like going to the garden and planting the seed. It might tickle for a second, but it won't bleed. So just relax. Just hear a dope track. I'm just real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can where you at. Just relax and just hear a dope track. I'm just real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can where you at. Just entertainment at the same time, edutainment. In other words, you could call it bent. What I'm saying is that I'm here at your service. It's hard work, but then again, I deserve this. I'm helping people enjoy their spare time. I'm like an instructor when I'm doing my rhyme. Relax and just hear the dope track. It's really not all that, it's not like a gag. We like that when everything is relaxed and chill. You don't have to get fucked up or take pills. Cause I like being myself, it feels good. Yo, it makes my meals taste good. 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 So just relax. It's your dope track. I'm just real nice, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can where you at. Just relax and hear a dope track. I'm just real nice, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can where you at. Just relax. My mind state not balloon, it won't inflate. Just take the buzz, this much wiser kid, fuck the shake. And take it to a lower level, and dig a ditch for a devil. Got some more kids and pass the shovel. Nigga, ho, take them on on a spiritual roll. Lyrics unfold, either that or unroll the scroll. Episodes keep reoccurring and stifling people's vision, get blurring. Their hearts start murmuring. I'm about 5 times iller than a Sherman. The introspection is God's gift to the miracle. I freak material, lamb's milk without the cereal. When MCs say your booty, they mean venereal. Your fake material hip-hop killers, they more faking than fucking Michael Jackson and Thriller. The status of a hoe, Quanto Costa. They wanna know how much it costs, kid. I bet for keep to me relax and just hear my don't cry. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you could wear your hat, just relax and just hear my don't cry. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you could wear your hat, just relax. I know how to see a whack MC when he bustin', but I just back away real cool, no fussin'. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds. Open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do, so sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you, despite the system trying to clamp down on the people. People will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far, but evil that lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin, but then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees. Listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us, homeboy, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Bennett, brother, check the vision. Mentalities of different realities. Into the Star Trek room when you hear the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player with the delayer, freaky lyrical.